it's towards the end of the week for us to fight. It's in your statement. You say in your statement, the procurement policy instructs you or obligates you to appoint credible and knowledgeable people. So don't dismiss credible now.
Sure.
It's too late for you to dismiss credible now because you have done that statement under oath.
Yes.
Now, I'm saying, are you saying, confirming before Parliament, that the people who served in the bid evaluation committee are credible? You said they are knowledgeable. We have taken that.
Sure.
Are they credible?
I cannot vouch on credibility.
Okay, so you appointed people in the BC that you can vouch their credibility.
Correct, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. What does both the preliminary and the final internal audit results suggest about the credibility and the knowledgeability of those people?
It only single out the facilitator. It's very silent on the rest of the BC members.
That's fine. You say there are moments where you appoint consultants to assist the bid evaluation committee.
Ever since I got into the South African Police Service, we have not.
No, I'm saying, you say
Yes,
in your statement.
in the policy, yes.
In the policy says,
Yes.
there are moments where you have to reinforce the BC with consultants.
Yes.
So, in your own knowledge or the information you have received, has this been done before or when you were there? How much has it costed? Because as I'm seeing it, it's what criminal lawyers would call a trial within a trial. So you have got a procurement within a procurement process. You are undergoing a procurement process for another item. Now you have to procure the services of the consultants to assist the procurement of this item. So that's why I'm terming it, criminal lawyers call it a trial within a trial. This looks like a procurement within a procurement.
In the 3.5 years of me being in South African Police Service, I have not appointed consultants to do our procurement. We have only, in line with the agreements we have with CETA, activated some of the procurement in line with the CETA Act with CETA, and we have, in terms of knowledge of AMSCO, have asked them to do some of the procurement of some of the ammunition and firearm procurement. But in terms of sourcing services of consultant outside, we have not, in as far as I have been in South African Police Service.
Paragraph 22, you mentioned that drafting specification, which I agree with you, drafting specification of a tender, in particular of this nature, is too much technical because it's a healthcare related tender. It requires a technical skill. So, do you have an internal technical skill within the specification? Did you have, in respect of this tender, I don't want to generalize, did you have an internal technical skill in your bid specification committee that has led to the awarding of this tender?
The appointed bid specification committee have the technical skills required. Okay.
So all the specification processes that which you table on paragraph 24.3 have been followed. Paragraph 24.3.
I'm going through that.
You detailed there a lot of issues in relation to the specification process and all that. So in respect of this tender, was all that process followed in due course? And is the audit report in actual agreement with that?
All of them have been looked at, and they are there in the evaluation report. But there has been an audit finding on 24.3.1. Yeah, only on 24.3.1.
So there is only one aspect where the internal audit finding says this one was not adhered to.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe it will take us back to the credibility of your PEC members. Ne? Maybe we'll go there later. Since your appointment in the supply chain management unit, have you ever found officials colluding with service providers for purposes of awarding tenders?
No.
Have you ever found consultants, even if prior your arrival, ever been consultants who have been found to have colluded with service providers and bribed service providers to gain tenders, or most importantly, consultants colluding with service providers to give them information in respect of the specification, the budget, and all the stuff?
There's only one matter that I can recall where we have found that the suppliers on the panel had prior knowledge of the budget. And that's a recent matter that was highlighted to me by the acting head of DPCI. And we have dealt with that matter. We are dealing with that matter, rather.
It's one incident.
That's the only incident that I can recall.
At what stage is it now? How are you dealing with the matter, and at what stage is it now?
We have advised the end user. It was a few days prior to my departure. I have advised in writing the end user on the process that needs to be followed. They must report the case to SAPS, well, to a police station rather, and have a case number, and then they must then go through a process of making sure that they restrict the supplier if the supplier is found wanting, through the investigation that they need to have.
When are you going back to office?
I will be back on the 12th of December.
This year?
I probably would be back in office in January.
Okay. Will you be able to formulate a written report in respect only of this aspect of this process? To update the committee on the detail of what you have found and the consequence management steps that you are taking?
I have access to my emails. I'll prompt the Lieutenant General in that space to furnish me with what happened in that space in my absence, and then I will finish that report. I would request the committee to send us a request, but I have noted.
You can whisper to that man on your right when you are done. It's going to give you the details. Okay, who is responsible on putting together the procurement plan that you regularly submit to the National Treasury?
The ultimate responsibility is mine. The needs are compiled by the end users. The demand manager or the component head demand puts together the plan. The process within the SAPS is that we present the plan to the National Commissioner, who is the accounting officer, for his sign-off, and he does that, and we send it to the National Treasury for consideration.
No consultants?
No, we do it ourselves.
Do the items you submit in your procurement plan contain the specification of the item you are to procure and the cost, therefore?
We have cost estimates.
Cost estimates, yeah.
And we've got a service and a description of a service, not the specification.
Not the specification?
No.
Okay. Chair, I'm not sure if News 24 is here. Last week they issued an article. This article suggests that Mr. Ket Vosumzi Matlala leased or rented clinics or healthcare facilities from the SAPS 6 months before he was awarded the 360 million rands contract. Are you aware of that?
The article is incorrect. The rental of facilities is not done by SAPS. It's done by Public Works. Vosimuziket Matlala rented the facilities at Public Works.
Okay.
But
this is the crux of the issue. I get your point, and we did not say SAPS.
No.
This is the crux of the issue. The issue is there are healthcare facilities that are rendered by Mr. Matlala 6 months before getting the healthcare tender from SAPS. Is that report accurate? Is that report accurate that Mr. Matlala was given a lease for the use of healthcare facilities in the state before he was actually awarded a 360 million tender, 6 months before that? Is the report accurate?
That report is accurate.
Okay. They call him a tender prophet. They call him a tender prophet because only a prophet would have known that in the next 6 months, a tender requiring these same facilities would be awarded to me. Now, this actually raises a serious concern in the eye of the public. Because it suggests that 6 months before the SAPS undertook the process to award the tender, Mr. Matlala knew. As a result, he was preparing to work in respect of that tender. In the eye of the public, as we talk, me and you now.
Correct. I must put it on record, as I have indicated, Chair. We had no knowledge as SAPS how and the dealings or how Mr. Matlala acquired the facility at Public Works. All we know is that Public Works had indicated to us that we must vacate the facilities.
Because Mr. Matlala is coming.
They just informed us that there is a supplier appointed. And we refused to vacate the facilities because we have a need for the facilities. Under no circumstances was SAPS involved in the facilitation of the acquisition of that facility. From my perspective, my department under General Stole is responsible for the lease. General Stole had no knowledge of that, and we have advised the National Commissioner accordingly. And National Commissioner has written to Public Works on numerous occasions indicating to them that we will not vacate that facility, and that's the position that we are still holding even
So
today.
you were told to vacate the premises or the facilities because the great prophet, Pastor Matlala, is coming.
We were told to vacate because a supplier has signed
So the supplier was not named?
No.
Okay. Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, did this process undergo quality assurance? And what was the results thereof?
I'm not sure which process, sir.
The entire
Honorable Chair.
process of appointment from BC, the procurement process, was it quality assured?
I have indicated the quality measures that we have in the process. I have indicated that the bid spec has a quality assurance that sits. I have indicated that there's a level of quality assurance, pre-tender quality assurance. I have indicated post-tender closing, and prior to tabling at BC, there's 2 levels of quality assurance that takes place there. And we have, futuristically, there's probity now, but there are quality assurance processes that we have embedded in the process.
Were there any procurement procedures that were flouted in awarding the tender?
The internal audit has picked up that the suppliers that should have not advanced to the next level through the evaluation process have been advanced. Yes, the process
Has there been a
flown touch.
consequence management effected to those found to be responsible for that?
I have indicated that the National Commissioner is waiting for the forensic investigation, and I think I preempt that his understanding is that he needs to have a holistic picture of who else was involved in the process, so that we can have everybody going through the disciplinary process at once and not to have others left out of the process. And yes, in terms of the framework published by National Treasury, anyone that is found to have led a tender into irregularities, consequence management must be initiated and concluded.
Does the internal audit report say anything about your BEC people? Does it say anything about flouting or irregular process about your BEC people? Again, you are the custodian. Someone was here.
Of the BEC?
Someone was here.
Yes.
Who said, he had spectacles as well. It said, I'm the custodian of all dockets in the country.
Yeah.
So when now you are a custodian of all the BEC members. So are there any BEC members who would have been fingered in these procurement irregularities by the internal audit report?
No, internal audit report is silent in terms of who, but they have singled out the facilitator, and the facilitator can only be one person, but they have not mentioned the name. But they have indicated that the BEC and BAC, and I have responded to the evidence leader that consequence management would have to take place, and each member would then have to go and account.
You chair the BAC.
Yes, I do.
What measures do you take to ensure that every procurement process has been followed?
I do have the procurement. What I normally would do is to make sure that the processes pertaining to procurement process have been followed. I do make sure of that before the tender is advertised.
Just pause there. You'll continue. So you check if procurement processes were followed. Now let's take this part. We're going to proceed. Now, internal audit say, no, in fact, there are procurement processes that were flouted. In a process where now you gave a thumbs up as the chair of the BAC. Do you think that consequence management must start with you? How would you have missed this great central thinking around any procurement process? That at least the process must be done. Then discussing who's given the tender is a different discussion, but the due process must be followed. Now, you preside over a tender that is given to someone with flouted procurement processes. What must SAPS do to you?
Honorable Chair, I have indicated that in terms of the documentation that was provided to us and the reasons that were cited in the report, we have no reason not to believe the information that was provided to us. Honorable Chair, I've also indicated that we have interrogated the report jointly as the Bid Adjudication Committee, and we found nothing untowards what was presented to us. I must indicate at this present moment that, and I think I have also indicated, that should there be any criminality that is built into the evaluation that took place, we might not be in the position to pick that in the procurement process, and that's where we are lacking, and we need to be in the position to have tools to be able to detect some of the criminality that may have been evident in the process. Passing a supplier that does not qualify for a criteria is criminality, and that should be condemned.
Okay. So you take the BEC report as it is, without verification, and adjudicate on the basis of what you affirmed as the BEC.
I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that the report was complete. What maybe we need to do as I've indicated, in order to have seamless processes that happens at the bid adjudication committee, was to include another level that will give us that verification. The documents that we receive are voluminous. We are unable to go to each document and verify every information that is in the documents. I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that it is impractical for bid adjudication committee to go through each document that is provided. If that is the expectation of the committee, the bid adjudication committee will have to be a standing committee and their sole responsibility would be to do that. However, if there are any things that are presented in the document and they are untowards, bid adjudication committee has a responsibility to do that. I have also demonstrated that we have, in some instances, I've demonstrated in the minutes where we have looked at and there were things that were missing and we went back and requested that information. In this instance, the bid adjudication committee members felt that they had sufficient information to adjudicate an award.
Do you agree with me that a U-tender process or procurement process can be done, concluded, and awarded within a space of 2 weeks after the closure of the advert?
In a normal environment, yes. The work of SAPS is of such a nature that the members of the bid evaluation committees might not be readily available to evaluate within a short space of time. But a normal tender process, 2-3 days, you can conclude the evaluation depending on the magnitude of a tender. But the availability of members of the bid evaluation committee vis-a-vis their responsibilities in the operational environment is the one that prolongs the process. It's one of the reasons that prolongs the process.
No, I was asking that because I don't understand why this rush to an extent that we even forget to follow the due process. The last issue is, are you aware of the referral of the tender to IDEC?
No.
Do you know that? You don't know that the tender has been referred to IDEC for forensic audit?
I'm aware that it is referred to the forensic auditors, but whether that for the forensic auditors are IDEC, I don't know, but it could be.
Are you confident that that forensic audit result will not bring your name to have
I'm confident.
been at the wrong side of law?
I'm very confident.
Thank you very much. No further questions, Your Worship.
We'll pass the microphone to Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Lt General Fani, on paragraph 25, you reflect that Colonel Molefe, who was the acting section head, independently reviewed the bid evaluation committee report. Then, how is the independent review of the report undertaken? Can you reflect on that? And also reflect on the meaning of independent, because it is there on paragraph 25.
The Colonel Molefe at this instance was the section head of the when this tender was being adjudicated, evaluated. By virtue of his position, he has to conduct the due diligence with regards to this tender. He may, at his behest, request others to assist him with the evaluation, but it is expected of him to do the quality check on this process and attach his signature that he has done this process. The same is expected of the component head.
No, I wanted you to reflect on the independent review of the bid evaluation committee report. Can you reflect on that? And also reflect what is the meaning of independent? Because I don't think that independency reflect to Colonel Malika alone, according to the paragraph 25. Can you read paragraph 25?
The section head of procurement, Colonel Malika, who was at the time the acting section head, independently reviews the bid evaluation committee report for accuracy and ensures it aligns with the advertised bid specification and all associated documents, such as the standard bid documents.
Yeah. Then I wanted to check if this was done by Colonel Malika or it is always done by the section head.
It is done by section head, and
Right.
he's the acting section head. He was this acting section head at the time, and he has signed the document.
Then can you reflect how independent review of the bid evaluation committee report is undertaken? Can you reflect on that?
The requirements of this is to be in the position to look at what was advertised, what was received, and whether the bid evaluation committee has done the evaluation correctly and accurately. And when he has satisfied himself with those conditions, he can then sign the report and send it through to the component head, who will also do a verification of what he has received from the section head.
And then independent, what is the meaning of it?
Independent, he is assigned the responsibility.
Meaning that he alone can decide on that. That's my meaning of independent.
He may assign duties and responsibility, or him with others may be able to do that. But he's the
He
one.
can take that decision
He can take that decision.
and do it.
Yes.
Okay. Then again, on paragraph 26, how is the checking of calculation for pricing is undertaken? Is there a guiding framework on the calculations of prices?
The National Treasury has made a stipulation and has provided a formula on how to calculate.
So you use them.
We use the National Treasury formula to calculate.
And then paragraph 27. On paragraph 27, you talk of the section head verifying documentation that ensures that all claims in the report are supported by evidence. What will be the nature of the evidence in that regard?
Where it says, where there was a requirement for a lease agreement, he would then have to ensure that that claim of having a lease agreement is evident in the document. So that's type of claims that that I'm talking about in this document, where it said that the supplier has, for an example, a registered nurse with occupational health. Such a claim will have to be verified, and there must be documents in the record for that claim. And if he's satisfied that all the requirements of that specification have been met, then he signs off and sends it forward for verification.
Okay. On paragraph 42, when you reflect on the chronology in the awarding of health risk services tender, that eventuality was awarded to Medicare 24, Tshwane District Pty Ltd. The meeting of the 16th January 2024, paragraph 18, that meeting was held, which talked to the pre-advertisement. And then on that pre-advertisement, there was an assurance group in component procurement that talks to a quality assurance group. Then what is the what is their duty, what is their role, and what is the quality assurance group that we're looking for in that pre-advertisement meeting?
The role of this committee, Honorable Chair, is to make sure that there's a bid specification and the bid specification is complete. They then look at that the bid specification special conditions of contract have been populated and they are correct. They also look at that all the standard bidding documents that are required to be attached to the document are attached. They also have to look at that it is clear whether there is a side briefing or not. If side briefing was not included in the document, they would then go back to the bid specification committee and say, this commodity requires side briefing. Can you build it in the process? They will build that in the process. So they will look at the quality of documentation that has to go out on tender, pre-advertisement of that tender.
How is it constituted?
The component head, it is her responsibility to ensure that the tender is complete. She will constitute that at her behest. Normally it's a section head and the people that are working in that section head. You have two section heads in procurement, one that deals with movable government assets, which is anything that is portable to be carried around, and the other one is in the facilities space. So if it is a facilities document, the section head in facilities would then be roped in to make sure that they check that documentation and they sign it off.
Okay. Then they will give you the report. Or where will their report go to?
Then they will ask from me the permission to advertise the tender, and I'll duly authorize that.
Okay. And on general SAPS procurement, there is a shared sentiment amongst provinces that the failure to decentralize procurement and maintenance of vehicles is one of the problems affecting the responsiveness of SAPS to crime. And then what is your view on that perception?
It would be ideal if we could decentralize some of the functions, particularly those that are not of strategic nature, the tactical matters. What we would not want to do is to render South African Police Service into lots of audit findings in terms of the quotation process that were followed. We also would not want to have SAPS to have abuse of the procurement system with regards to the three-code system. The risk has been identified in the three-code system in a sense that you could buy this water with 50 rand. If the three codes come, one says 47, one says 48, and one says 51, you will check the cheapest of the three. However, if you consolidate the demands, you may find that in a arranged contract, you could pay the price that is close to what the shops are selling, or slightly lesser or slightly higher, depending on the logistics that are involved. The costs is determined, and the transportation is also included in that pricing. So that decision to have centralized contract is to consolidate the demands and making sure that there's value for money, like National Treasury is doing with regards to the transversal contract, deriving value for money for government, and also making sure that there are not multiple entries and multiple things that needs to happen, which could render us into more irregular expenditure when the accounting officer come and audit. What we need to be doing is to look at whether the delegations in terms of drawing from these contracts has been duly done, and that the people have the authority to do what they're supposed to do. The challenge that we've got is that of financial authorities and availability of funds, and we are looking into that from a financial perspective. But decentralizing everything could put us in a much more severe and dire situation than we are in right now. We would have multiple people doing procurement, which could be to the detriment of the organization.
But can you say that you are being blamed for not responding on time to crime because of that?
Maybe, Honorable Chair, I need to come in here and explain what we're doing as procurement in the organization. Only the head office does the tenders. The procurement out of the transversal contracts, we're using mainly the transversal contracts from National Treasury, is done by the procurement in the provinces. The provinces have got a procurement structure. And that procurement structure is the one that has to respond to the needs of the procurement and not my office. We have decentralized that function. It is there in the delegation of authority. The delays that are happening in that space are not necessarily delays from my office. The provinces have got duly authorized delegated responsibilities in the procurement value chain.
Okay. As this committee, we have received a testimony that there is a culture of fear where officials cannot say no to the executive. They have an influence on procurement. Have you ever been faced with that or influenced directly or indirectly?
I have never, in the 33 years of me being employed and a tax-paying citizen in this country, been approached by any of my principals or any other person to influence the procurement process and have corruption created. The answer is no.
Do you want to tell me that you have never been influenced to say that, take this company?
No, never.
Then on the issue of Medicare?
Never.
It went normal.
I saw Medicare submission at the BAC. Prior to that, I had no knowledge that who has bid it and who has tendered for this process. No, I have not.
Your role requires a great level of independence and transparency. Would you say that you are able to exercise independence in the execution of your duties? Can you say that?
I am totally independent. I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that the only leg of the procurement process where my involvement is not there is the evaluation process. Any other level, I independently exercise my responsibilities when presented with the information. I have also indicated, Honorable Chair, that upon my return, we would have to consider, I would have to have a conversation with the National Commissioner to withdraw me from the bid adjudication so that I can have a full grip of the procurement process right up to the submission of the tender to BAC, for that BAC to then evaluate and make sure that, and then I can be held accountable for anything that happens in the bid evaluation committee, because I would have reviewed everything and made sure that everything is done. At this current moment, with the authority given to me, I cannot be in the adjudication and be in the evaluation at the same time. It will be contradictory and it will amount to no segregation of duties.
Even a single member of the BAC has never influenced you for a particular tender?
I do ask, when you listen to the recording, you will take note that I do ask at the beginning of each BAC that anybody must declare anything or give any conflict. No member has, and I would then, if there was a member that has tried to influence me, I will declare in that committee because it is required of me to declare.
The negative widespread that says perception, that says supply chain in SAPS has been captured by top cops. Do you agree with that?
I'm not sure which top cops. I am responsible for procurement. I am not aware of that.
National Commissioner?
National Commissioner In his personal
The
capacity,
deputy?
no one in SAPS has approached me. I cannot vouch as to whether they have approached other people, but in as far as I'm concerned, National Commissioner has never asked me to do him procurement favors.
We're not going to get a report that you are influenced by the deputy national commissioner on this Matlala tender. We're not going to get that report.
You will not get that report because nothing of that nature happened.
If you
in as
get
far
it,
as I'm
you'll
concerned.
resign.
You
You'll
will, not,
resign immediately if you get that.
you will not get that report because it never happened.
Okay. On AG's findings, SAPS AG findings for 2025-2026 financial year reflects on that irregular expenditure has increased by 140%, reaching to 740 million. And the findings, they point to the weaknesses in the bid evaluation committee, who lack requisite skills and training and fail to exercise the due diligence when evaluating bids. Do you agree with that first?
Correct.
Okay. With regard to the Medicare 24 tender award, according to your knowledge, did the supplier certify all requirements in the evaluation criteria when the tender was awarded?
According to my knowledge, in as far as the report that was tabled at BIC, Honorable Chair, yes, they met the requirements.
Why are you sitting with the bid evaluation committee that doesn't have skills, required skills? What have you done
The bid
in
evalu-
addressing that? Because you are saying that you agree with AG, then what have you done?
The bid evaluation committees, we do not have a standing bid evaluation committee in the process. Each tender has a bid evaluation committee put together to evaluate that tender. We always request the end users that are technically knowledgeable to put the spec and evaluate on that spec to come together. The issues of suppliers that are put forward, we are having a challenge with regards to that. And yet, hence I am saying, and I've said earlier on, that we need a technology that will assist us. And we also are looking forward, we have put processes in place for professionalization of our people. We have already contacted National Treasury to make sure that National Treasury come and train all the possible bid evaluation committees in South African Police Service. They've referred us to National School of Government, and we have contacted them with that regards. We are serious about making sure that all this historical irregular expenditure, that did not happen in 1 year, it's historical, and we are in the position of clarifying and making sure that we have knowledgeable people that would be able to do that. Should this persist, then we would look at what then makes the irregularities that come at that time. But we have already engaged National Treasury to ensure that we check up. Not only National Treasury, we called in the bodies that govern procurement, such as SIPS and SAPIX, to come and speak to everybody in procurement from Colonel upwards to help them understand what the importance of ensuring that we've got sound governance and sound processes are, and what is it that they can assist us with making sure that our knowledge gap with as procurement is jacked up. Procurement is not a static environment, it's fluid, and it is required that we have knowledgeable people in that space. I have already arranged that. They came and they did that. I have also solicited the work of the risk and compliance team to come and explain to us what are the things that we need to do in making sure that we identify the risks specifically for people that are at various levels. And they did come, and that process we embarked upon in
Doctor.
August. We have redefined our risks,
Dr.
and,
Fani.
and we are with that. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Fani, may you please stop speaking.
Uqalile, Chairperson. You have started.
Yeah. The
Thank you, Chair.
The time has expired. You must look at me, Doctor. I allocate 20 minutes per speaker. When 20 minutes expires, you stop speaking. Honorable members, it's 3 hours now from 2 o'clock. So we are going to break for 15 minutes. We will come back at 5 minutes past 5. Advocate Zikalal, I wanted to use the word "getuigskrif," which is a testimonial. I mistakenly used the word kennisgewing, which is a notification. The appropriate word is getuigskrif. It's a testimonial. So, I get verbeter, meneer. Can we request the Chief Whip to instruct members to leave the House and come back at 5 minutes past 5? You want me to write to a letter, Chief Whip, and request you to instruct the members?
Briefly.
We have written to the supplier to correct the, we wrote to them twice. We have written to them to correct the non-performance. They did that, and I requested them to furnish me with a report of the correction they have done. And I wrote to the end user and say, is this correct? They said it's correct. And then the end user highlighted that not everything was done. And we have written to them again and indicated that they need to remedy, to correct the situation. In which case they made a written submission, and I provided that written submission to the end user. And subsequent to that, prior to the end user responding to us, I think they responded a month later, but the contract had already been terminated.
Okay. So it was terminated before they corrected?
It was terminated before they could correct, yes.
They could correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when you say you wrote to them to correct that poor performance, it means you detected it as well, that indeed there's poor performance here. Hence you wrote to them ultimately?
Yes, we did. The end user picked it up, and in the framework, only places that responsibility on me to deal with issues of non-performance with suppliers.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm picking up two things here in your response. A is that there was a poor performance that you detected. B is that before they could correct it, the contract was terminated. Those are two issues that I've highlighted.
Correct.
Now, you are saying here, I don't know to which honorable member you were responding, but you are saying, confidently so, that there was value for money, even though the contractor or the service provider was irregularly appointed, but there was value for money in your assertion. Now, how can be value for money in a service which is poorly performed?
The definition of value for money is what guides us. What I'm indicating with regards to value for money is that the service that was provided was evaluated by the end user, and the end user paid for what the service that they have received. What they have not delivered as a service, we have not paid for.
No. Remember, you have said here, the contract was terminated before they could correct poor performance. Remember, that's what
Correct.
you said.
Correct.
So they can't coexist. You can't have poor performance and value for money in the same context. I mean, in the same, on the same bread. It's impossible. I agree with you with what you are saying in terms of common law and in terms of the PFMA, that there can be value for money even though there is irregular appointment. That's what the law says. But in this case, you are saying in your statement, poor performance concerns were raised with you, you attended to them. Before they were corrected, the contract was terminated. And you say there was value for money. How is that possible?
Right. Maybe, Honorable Chair, we need to define the performance that was expected from the supplier in this instance. The people that they have evaluated and they have done assessment on, they did as per the requirement. What was a poor performance was that the numbers of these verification was not happening at the speed that it's supposed to. And for what we have paid, we have received service. That's the context that I tried to prevent, to put across.
Doc, when were these concerns raised with you? That for poor performance, when were they raised with you?
I think a month or so before termination, and we gave them 14 days, and a week after that, we gave them a feedback on outstanding work, and they responded, but before we could write to them with regards to the feedback they had given us, the contract was terminated.
So they were raised before the contract was terminated?
That's right.
And they continued to work even after they were raised?
After they were terminated.
I mean, no. After the concerns for poor performance were raised, they continued to work for a month, right? Because we are saying
Yes.
they were raised a month before,
Yes.
so they continued to work.
They continued to work.
Did you pay them for the month? Are you owing them any money for the work they did?
I don't know whether there are invoices that are still withheld by finance. That process is independently run
But
by
why
finance.
do you say there was value for money? Why do you say there was value for money? Because you don't know if for the work that they did after a concern was raised about their performance, they were paid. You don't know. And if they were paid after that concern was raised, it means there was no value for money because their performance was poor. And you say voluntarily, unprovoked, that the contract was terminated before they could correct their poor performance.
That's correct. The contract was terminated before they could correct their performance. They had made a written submission to us on how they are going to improve on performance. But that undertaking we could not respond to them in terms of their undertaking because the contract was terminated. I could not vouch here that what they had said they would do, if they were given an opportunity, they would have done. But what I know at the time of termination of contract, they had made a written submission on how they are going to turn around.
But you cannot vouch that indeed they did what they said they will do.
I can vouch that.
No, but you are saying you cannot vouch. Now you say you can vouch.
No.
So which one should we take?
I'm responding to what you are saying, Honorable Chair, that I can vouch that the numbers that they were supposed to push, they did not push.
So they underperformed.
They underperformed.
Then there was no value for money. There was no value for money if they underperformed. No, let's go to another question,
Okay.
because here we're not making any progress because you are just being dismissive and evasive. You are defensive for something I do not know.
No,
Do you know Mr. Bejani Chauke?
Bejani Chauke.
Yes.
I know Bejani Chauke.
How do you know him? Okay, before we go there, are you a member of the ANC?
No, I'm not the member of any political party. I'm not the member of ANC.
Do you know Bejani Chauke? Okay, before we go there, can you allow this committee to take your phone to be investigated so that we can see who you communicate with?
They can take the phone anytime.
Do you know Bejani Chauke?
I know Bejani Chauke.
How do you know him?
He ran for office in the ANC. As the police, I have followed that process.
You are saying that before you became the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain in SAPS, you were in the National Treasury.
Correct.
Why did you leave the National Treasury for SAPS?
I got promoted. The position in SAPS was a promotion.
Was a promotion.
Yes.
Did Bejani Chauke not play any role in your transfer from the National Treasury to being the Divisional Commissioner of SCM?
I have no knowledge of that. No. All I know is the position was advertised, I met the requirements, and I applied for the job.
So what is your relationship with Bejani Chauke?
No relationship.
Are you calling each other?
I have Bejani's numbers. We're not calling each other.
How did you get it?
How did I get Bejani's Chauke? We have a mutual relationship with Bejani Chauke.
Can you explain that mutual relationship?
The mutual relationship with Bejani Chauke is, how did we get to meet with Bejani Chauke? I need to remember now. I met a friend who has a relationship, not a relationship, who knows Bejani Chauke. I went for a meeting with this individual, and Bajane Chauke joined in that meeting. I got to know about Bajane Chauke while I'm in SAPS, not prior to that.
So that was the last time you met?
That was the last time we met.
You don't call each other, you
We don't
don't
call
text
each
each other.
He texted me, but I did not respond to the text.
Can you share the content I mean, verbally?
If it's here.
Yes, can you share it? What was he saying to you?
At some point, he texted me and said, can we have coffee? And I did not respond to that text.
So, did Bajane Chauke play any role in facilitating this tender?
I have not spoken to Bajane Chauke about this tender.
So, do you know if Bajane Chauke has a relationship with Ket Matlala?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. Do you agree with me when I say you are the biggest role player in the SCM value chain of
Correct.
SAPS?
Correct.
Because you appoint bid evaluation committee members, you sit in the bid adjudication, you sign after a decision has been taken. Now, the preliminary report here makes a finding, and they criticize the appointment of members of in fact, not the appointment, but that they had no skill, so they were not competent. And you are the one who made that an appointment of those members. So don't you see this as an indirect attack to you? Let me not say attack, but don't you see it as an adverse finding against you?
The appointment of these members, I do have an appointment letter of these members, but it's not in the file. It specifically indicates, and it makes a specific. I don't have. I'll make it available to the evidence leader. It specifically makes pronouncement that those people are competent, and I worked on that principle that they are indeed competent.
No. But I'm saying the finding by the preliminary report. I'm trying to look for this paragraph now on the report. Okay, no, we will come back to it. But the other point that I'm making here is that if there is a finding that is made which says that proper procurement processes were not followed, you are the first person who must be blamed because of the role that you play in the value chain of the SCM of SAPS. You sit in the adjudication committee on the basis of your position, not on the basis that you have been nominated by the commissioner, like other members, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
All the members are appointed by the National Commissioner.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
They are appointed by the National Commissioner, except you. You sit by virtue of your position.
I'm appointed by the National Commissioner.
But I'm saying in the adjudication committee, you sit by virtue of your position. Is that correct?
No, by appointment.
But your role, you are appointed on the basis that you are a divisional commissioner of SCM.
Some appointments in the past were done in where the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain was not the chairperson. The CFO was the person. The criteria for appointment is determined by the National Commissioner.
So has it ever happened that there will be an adjudication committee with no Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain as either a member or the chairperson?
In the past, yes. No. The Divisional Commissioner in the past, I'm informed when I look at the documents, was a member, but not the chairperson.
Was a member by virtue of being the Divisional Commissioner of SCM.
Correct.
Now, the point here which I'm making is that you are a member, we are either a member or the chairperson by virtue of the position you occupy. or of the role that you play in the value chain, in the SCM value chain. Do you get my point, Doc?
I get your point. It could be correct, yes.
Do you agree with it? Because here you are playing an important role, correct?
Correct.
In the SCM value chain.
Correct.
So you sit in this committee by virtue of the role that you are playing.
Correct.
Yes. And you don't just sit there to occupy a seat, but to play a particular role.
Correct.
And that role is necessitated by the position you occupy.
Correct.
So, part of the responsibility that you must play is to oversee the process. If it is indeed in line with the procurement processes, or policies rather.
Correct.
Yeah, then it means you must be blamed here. You are the first one who must be blamed if processes have not been followed.
That could not be correct, because I have indicated in this committee that the documentation that was provided to me provided me with sufficient information together with the members of the BAC to make an informed decision with regards to what was presented to me. As for irregularities that happened, which are not apparent in the report, those were not explicit for us to know. And for that, we need to find a clear forensic investigation of what happened in that space so that we can be in the position to determine what actually happened in that evaluation space.
Now, do you agree with me, Doc, if I say signing something, any document, even if it's not an appointment letter, without satisfying yourself with the content of that document is negligence? You are being negligent. If you just take something and sign, that's negligent. Do you agree with me? You are omitting a responsibility of satisfying yourself with the content that is contained in that document.
I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that I was satisfied with the report that was tabled and the information that was contained in that report. Whether there were other irregularities I have indicated outside the process, outside the report, I could not vouch for that. But based on what was presented to us, I have attached my signature together with the rest of the members of the Bid Adjudication Committee.
On page 18, there is some confusion that I need you to clarify. On page 18, you are saying 22 bids were received for evaluation and adjudication as service providers to render health risk management services to SAPS. And then on page 22, you are saying the adjudication process evaluated and only 12 bidders remained. So can you give clarity, or what do you mean by these two statements? Is there no contradiction?
Page 12, we just taking account of what was received. We received 22.
So when you say received, you mean people who applied in total for the tender?
People who submitted the bids, yes. They were
Who responded to an advert?
22 in total.
Who were received by the bid evaluation committee?
Subsequently, these were received by the Bid Evaluation Committee.
So it means we're supposed to remove adjudication there. That's what creates a confusion, because you are saying on page 18.
Correct.
We are saying on page 18,
correct.
22 bids were received for evaluation and adjudication. So you have made an error there, correct?
Correct.
So that word must be removed.
Yes.
So you understand where my confusion comes from?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Well spotted. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay. Now, these 22 bidders responded to an advert, correct?
Correct.
And then the evaluation selected how many bidders? How many remained? 12, correct?
12. According to the report, yes.
So the adjudication committee dealt with 12 bidders.
In the next round of evaluation, yes.
In the next round of evaluation.
Yeah. The mandatory requirements, checking of the mandatory requirements is part of evaluation process.
So they dealt with 12 bidders, correct?
Correct,
They
correct.
received 12. I mean, they received 20. I mean, they received 12 from the bid evaluation, and then they dealt with 12. And they, after dealing with that 12, then their adjudication came out with one company, which was ultimately appointed.
Correct.
And then you signed.
On behalf of BSc, yes, I did.
Now, when you sign, before you sign the appointment letter, or not the appointment letter, right? Because the appointment letter is signed by the National Commissioner.
No.
You signed the report. What is it that you signed?
It's the bid evaluation, the bid adjudication committee made a decision on the appointment of the supplier.
Yes.
And we all as bid adjudication committee signed what was in there, what was adjudicated. And by virtue of that approval, in the delegation of authority document, I am delegated to then sign the appointment letter of that supplier.
Yes.
Based on the outcome of the bid adjudication committee
Yes.
process.
Okay. Then before you sign, what is it that you consider? What verification do you undertake?
The verification has already been done in the evaluation stage for the things that needs to be verified, such as the CST, tax clearance certificates, and all that. So basically what we do, we then call the supplier in, we do the appointment letter, and the supplier sign, and I sign after the supplier has done so.
So your verification, because remember, there are these 12 companies which came to you as the bid adjudication committee. Leave the 22 that went to the bid evaluation. These 12, what do you do with these companies? Because you don't just appoint, you look at all of them before you appoint this one company that you finally agree upon.
Correct.
So what considerations do you make when you evaluate the other companies for you to arrive to a determination that this is the correct company? What considerations do you make?
The report indicates to us the reason for advancing the suppliers. It will indicate that they all met the mandatory requirements, and those that did not make it gives us the reasons why they have not made it. I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that the process of verification, that the claim that the other suppliers have actually made it to the through the evaluation process, we've got the quality assurance in the process to do that for us, and we rely on those quality assurance to do that. And the reason for that is because of the amount of work that has to go into that verification needs to be done. For me as the bid adjudication committee chairperson, or any of members of the bid adjudication committee, to go back to the source documents to verify that information could become very cumbersome in the process. Hence, there's a segregation of responsibilities between what the bid evaluation committee needs to do and what the bid adjudication committee needs to do.
Okay. Now, the finding that was made by the internal audit team, does it relate to the company that you finally appointed, or it relates to a process that was that you underwent towards the appointment of the company?
The findings are relating to suppliers. It appears in the report that it's not only MediHealth 24 Tshwane that filtered through unfairly. There are other suppliers that also filtered through unfairly in the process.
Yeah, no, but let's leave the other suppliers. is there any finding that was made in relation to a company that you appointed?
Yes.
What was that finding?
The findings are that they were not supposed to have filtered through, that's one. That they do not have a third-party agreement with the owners of the buildings that they are operating in. And then there's also issue that they were fronting at the time when after the adjudication. During adjudication, Mr. Matala was the sole owner
Yes.
of the contract.
Yeah, let's talk about findings which were prevalent
Yeah.
when you appointed them.
Yeah, those are the findings.
Yeah, but these people were appointed by you, remember, and adverse findings against them are made, and you distance yourself from that. Because yeah, I was going to understand if we were talking about a process to which you were not involved. To say maybe the PEC failed to do A, B, C, and D, or the bid specification committee failed to do A, B, C, and D. But here, they are talking about a company that you appointed. They are making adverse findings against a company that was appointed by you. And you want to say, and you want to distance yourself from that. What is that really?
I'm not distancing myself from the findings that were determined in the bid evaluation process. I'm not distancing myself from that because I am the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain. I need to deal with that. What I have indicated in this committee is that what was presented to us and which we deemed sufficient at the time has indicated that the process was okay. Irregularities that could have...
The time has expired. Thank you so much, Honorable Nomvaro. Honorable Cameron.
Thank you, Chair. General, I want to understand in terms of Medicare 24, how did a bidder whose sole director, namely Kat Matlala, has a criminal record for theft and who was already implicated in procurement fraud as far back as Tembisa in May 2023, pass through your bid chair, evaluation and adjudication committees without any red flags being raised? And does SAPS not even conduct basic criminal or background checks on its suppliers?
In the procurement process, no, we don't do that. There are instances where there are commodities where we run background checks. And for instance, in the IT environment, we do that. The end user will indicate to us if we have to do that. In this instance, no, they were not done.
For a 360 million rand contract, you don't check who you're dealing with?
We didn't do it, Chair. In the procurement process, this normally gets done by the end user.
No, but I don't care about the end user. I care about supply chain management because the Auditor General shows us that in the past financial year, you had SAPS had over 650 million rand irregular expenditure. You're telling me that you didn't do criminal record checks on Kat Matlala?
No, we didn't. I do not.
General, I want to move in terms of the same matter. There's a criminal case at the moment that's open in Brooklyn, in Pretoria. I've got the case number here for forged signatures that were used during pre-employment medical screening by Medicare 24 of SAPS recruits. Can you guarantee to us today that every recruit that they signed off on actually did go through the relevant assessment? Or were they basically certifying that those assessments were fraudulent?
I cannot vouch on that. I do not get involved in the operations.
But you said earlier that there was that the services were rendered.
Honorable Chair, the end user certified the payment indicating that they received the service. If there was any service failure, I am not privy to that, particularly what the honorable member is picking up now.
But
that was never raised with me. It's the first time that I hear about it.
It's very interesting because the National Commissioner knows about it. You're part of the national management. In other words, so if forged medical authorizations were issued, do you understand that you as the head of supply chain, you are the gateway of forged medical authorizations? Let me explain. Is it not entirely possible that applicants with disqualifying medical conditions, including substance abuse, were then incorrectly passed as fit for duty?
Honorable Chair, that process is managed by the end user, and the end user is the one that makes sure that the quality of the evaluation is in line with what they have in their service level agreement and the contract.
General, stop dancing. Chair,
No.
this witness is dancing around.
No.
I'm not interested in the end user, General. Hear me today. I said
Jo-
this to you 2 weeks ago.
Join the dance or the chorus.
Yes. I said this to you 2 weeks ago in the Portfolio Committee as well. Take responsibility for your division. You are the gateway for corruption at the moment, whether it's willingly or not. This isn't an oversight. It's 360 million rand. Do you know how many detectives we could have empowered with that money? How many dogs we could have bought for K9 unit? Your irregular expenditure increased with 140% in 1 year. The way you've been describing your division today, SAPS sounds like heaven. You currently, as the South African Police Service, have hundreds of members that are stuck on prolonged sick leave because of the required medical reports that were never delivered. Again, Medicare 24. These officers continue to draw full salaries but cannot return to duty, and their posts cannot be filled. How do you justify saying that there was no waste? Similar to the question that the Honourable Nomvalo asked you previously.
Honorable Chair, as I've indicated, the end user only pays for the services that were rendered. Where there were no services rendered, the end user has an obligation in terms of PFMA. The budget is with them. They manage the operations to ensure that they're paying for the services that were not rendered. I have indicated that when they raised the issues of performance, we dealt with those issues with Medicare. If Medicare still operated and we had reasonable grounds in terms of performance to cancel the contract based on non-performance, we would have done that.
But you haven't, and
co-
they have non-performed, General.
But-
I'm interrupting you again because you're talking about the end user. I'm not interested in the end user. You allowed Medicare into the police. You, no one else. You. The buck stops with you. Honorable Breitenbach asked you earlier, every member has asked you so far, where does the buck stop? Maybe not using the specific word. You keep going to the end user. I'm not interested in the end user. The point is that the wrong service wouldn't have been rendered did you not allow Medicare entrance into the South African Police Service. I want to ask you the next question. 2 weeks ago in the committee, I asked you, how is it possible that your, whether it's the evaluation committee or the adjudication committee, could have slipped up so badly? Your response to me said that sometimes the people on these committees aren't competent. That's also found in the internal audit findings. Do you remember that response?
I've remembered, I remember making that response, but with the specifics to this one, the appointment of the suppliers explicitly indicate that they were competent. I do have the record, and I will make that record available.
But you didn't go and check that they were actually competent, because if I look at the Auditor General report and I look at the internal audit report, they were flagged significantly for not being correct. Now you can say it could be frustrating to have to go and check every single one, but 360 million rand, it's more than half of the police's irregular expenditure over the last financial year. How do you explain that? And don't go to the end user.
I have to indicate, Honorable Chair, that we rely on, and I'm going to repeat it again, we rely on the judgment of the divisional commissioners that appoint these people to determine whether these people are competent to do the work that they're supposed to. That determination is done there, and it is recommended to me. It would be, I do not have the competence to go and check whether those people are competent in their work.
General, I'm sorry, again, then we can close the bid evaluation committee and we can close the bid adjudication committee and we can ask all the DivComs to come and sit there and decide. And you're right, you don't have the competence. The entire team doesn't have the competence. This is extremely embarrassing. Do you understand that a large amount of the fruitless, let me say it like this, over 10% of irregular expenditure over the last 3 years in the South African Police Service is Medicare 24. You want to tell me that you are the Divisional Commissioner, you're one of the highest ranking police members in the country, and you didn't vet the sole director, someone previously accused of cash in transit heists, armed robbery, and the list goes on for over 2.5 decades. And he manages to become a major supplier of services to the police. Explain. And don't go to the end user.
Honorable Chair, the procurement process that's approved in the South African Police Service does not make pronouncement for security checking of the suppliers. I have indicated that there are instances where we have done that, where we are looking at security of information and any other reasonable or any other risks that we have identified in the process. In this instance, it wasn't done.
So you've basically breached the South African Police Service. You're a breach. That's what you're saying. Your office is a breach to the security of the South African Police Service. Don't look at the chair.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, it's quite simple. You allowed a criminal to get a 360 million rand contract in the South African Police Service.
It's not allowing. It's not true.
You did. How else?
No,
You didn't vet him. You didn't vet him. He was flagged. He didn't comply with the majority of the relevant things he was meant to comply with. That was found in 2 different audits. There were fraudulent signatures on medical certificates. So, General, you allowed it. Whether willingly or not, you allowed it.
No.
And it's not the committee. The
It's
buck
not
stops
allowing.
with you.
Honorable Chair, I would like to respond to that we did not allow. I have indicated that the adjudication committee looked at the information at their disposal. I have to concede that irregularities were picked up. It is not a deliberate act that we wanted that company to come and operate in the South African Police Service. The process that was followed, in fact, if you look at the process was correct, but there are steps in the process that were not done correctly, which...
Then the process wasn't correct. I'm sorry, General, you keep on telling us about processes. You even gave us a printout. So you don't need to repeat it again. And I'm sorry if I come across rude. The point is just, you can say you didn't allow it, whether it was willing or not willing, you gave access. You and your team allowed a man like Kat Matlala to get access to the South African Police Service. Answer me this. Which specific evaluation criteria did Medicare 24 fail to meet?
According to the evaluation report that we received, none. According to the internal audit, they have picked up that from the mandatory documents, they did not meet some of the mandatory requirements and they pulled through.
So the fact that that latter report that you spoke of now wasn't just some, it's an entire list, indicates things that they didn't comply with. Doesn't that show that whether willingly or not, you allowed Kat Matlala to become part of the furniture at the South African Police Service Management Office?
I would not vouch, I would not say willingly allowed Kat Matlala to come into
No, I said willingly or unwillingly. You allowed him.
The choice of the word allow. We adjudicated and it has turned out that the evaluation was flawed.
let's say it like this, you left the door open. Who authorized the shortening of the advertising period?
No one.
Why was it shortened then?
It was an administrative error from my people, and they will be disciplined with regards to that.
Who are you going to fire?
We do know who advertised the tenders within the process.
No, name them. Tell us the name.
It is, I don't have the name here with me.
You don't have the name for the person that extended it, can't be.
No, there's no one that extended anything. They just advertised it for 20 days instead of 21, which is an administrative error.
Who's being held responsible, General? That's my question.
I've indicated, Honorable Chair, that National Commissioner has indicated that we should put everything in abeyance until the forensic audit report is completed. Once that is completed, everyone that has been listed to have flaunted the processes will be disciplined.
So all of them are still in their positions a year later, and the person that did that, potentially involved in corruption, is still in his or her position. What was the emergency that justified breaking Treasury regulations for that specific tender? And you should know better because you're from Treasury.
There wasn't any emergency. I have indicated that it was an error. No one authorized for shortening of the tender process from 21 days to 20 days.
And what disciplinary steps have been taken against anyone regarding this entire process?
I've indicated, Honorable Chair.
Don't go back to the forensic investigation, General. You keep
It
doing
is what
that.
it is, Honorable
No,
Member.
but it's not. I mean, even News 24 were able to complete something in less than a month, and it was accurate. It's your department. Everything does not need a forensic investigation. It's like the new buzzword. If something goes wrong, hey, we need to forensically investigate. 3 years later, we've forgotten about it and no one's fired. What have you done? Have you laid charges against anyone?
I have not laid charges
Has
against...
anyone pocketed from this?
I have no knowledge of that.
So how on earth, why would Kat Mtlala want to do business with SAPS?
Any supplier that looks at opportunities in any government would do that. What motivated him to do business with SAPS is unknown to me.
No, but you see, the reason I asked this is this. You know, you disregarded, SAPS disregarded capable bidders. Let's list them: Netcare, Metropolitan, Alexander Forbes, to name but a few. Not any of the small players, but Medicare 24. Kat Mtlala's guys, they get in. Explain it. It doesn't make sense. General, I'm telling you now, and I said this to you in the Portfolio Committee, somewhere in that office of yours, someone is pocketing. I'll escape.
Honorable Chair, I have no knowledge of that. If the forensic audits pick up such anomalies, we will definitely deal with the National Commissioner. I believe he will make sure that the process is expedited so that we can find finality to this process.
You testified that these processes and requirements exist to ensure that entities are not unfairly disqualified, correct?
Correct.
So please explain to us, how was it fair that the bigger companies that I mentioned were actually disqualified despite having met all the requirements?
The companies that were disqualified were at the mandatory point. The report indicates clearly, if we can go back to the report. The reports clearly indicate what are the reasons for the bidders to have been disqualified, and they were disqualified based on those reasons. Big or small, if there is something that disqualifies you as a bidder, we will disqualify you.
But there were 10 companies in total that fulfilled all the requirements.
That's right. In terms of price, the supplier bidded the cheapest price.
Without fulfilling the relevant requirements, because you didn't check.
Having been evaluated based on the report that was submitted.
No, having
I
been
would have to
wrongly
repeat
evaluated.
that.
You didn't evaluate
No,
them.
having been wrongly evaluated, yes.
According to your own testimony, there were multiple processes, checks, due diligence mechanisms in place to ensure proper oversight. Is that correct, General? Do you still feel that way?
Correct.
Really?
Correct. The signatures are attached to the reports to indicate that those checks were done.
So if those checks were done, let me just get my numbers in front of me. How is it possible, you explain this to me, that 2022-23, you had 289.7 million rands worth of irregular expenditure. 23-24, 278.8 million rands worth of expenditure. Cherry on top, 24-25, times it by 3, 667.8 million rands worth of irregular expenditure. That is just over 3 billion rand. 3 billion rand. How is it possible? You said earlier that once you are done with the South African Police Service, you would like for contracts not to be cancelled, because things need to be done right. This is showing the opposite in terms of irregular expenditure. It's getting worse. It's not getting better while you're there.
Sure. Honorable Chair, let me respond this way. The tenders that were evaluated, we've got a mixture of tenders that were published and tenders that were evaluated. Tenders that were, when I got into South African Police Service in 2023, I developed a new procurement policy, and that's the procurement policy that is running now. Prior to that, there was another procurement policy. But tenders that are evaluated, even last year or years thereafter, were advertised and only concluded in those financial year where they were. And there were irregularities that were picked up either at the development point or at the evaluation point. What we have indicated is we have found that the bid evaluation process has flaws in it. We acknowledge that. I have not disputed that. And what we are saying is that we needed to have another layer to make sure that the evaluation processes are not at the level where
Thanks,
they are.
General.
And that's where we are doing the probity.
You said that at the portfolio committee. I don't buy another layer, you need another management. I'm telling you now that you can add another 10 layers. It won't change the reality we're facing here. This is blatant corruption. The fact that Medicare 24 was reported, you testified that these processes and requirements exist to ensure that entities are not unqualified or unfairly disqualified. That's what we spoke about earlier. Despite all of this, we ended up with a shell company, specifically Medicare 24. So how is it possible that through all of this due diligence that still happened? Are you telling me that an external journalist, actually several journalists, had greater insight into the integrity of your own internal process than what you did? I mean, if all of us can see this, if all of us in here see this, if every single different political party sees this, you must be blind.
Majority of the things that have been indicated on the process were indicated in the media after the internal audit process had
You're
taken
missing
place.
the point. I'm not interested. That's back to the end
No, no,
user,
no.
General.
No, I hear what you're saying. Honorable Chair, in terms of the audit findings that, may I?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Cameron. Can we move to Honorable Matthys?
I might be covered. Thank you, Chair. Lieutenant General, let's start off with your work at ESCOM. Your position there was a commercial and contracts manager. Just briefly, what exactly did that involve? Briefly, please.
Briefly. I've said to the evidence leader, I struggle because I used to be a lecturer part-time. It involved 3 areas. That was procurement, warehousing, and contract management specialist services.
Okay. Were you involved with the tender that was awarded to Acha, I'm sure I'm pronouncing this wrong, Hitachi, what is it? Hitachi, Power Africa. I got it right. Yeah, that one. And Chancellor House.
That would have been done at the head office. I worked at the police station, at the power station.
So you
No, I
weren't in-
wasn't.
Okay. And then why did you leave ESCOM?
CSR offered me a lucrative deal I could not refuse. I was
Okay.
headhunted.
Okay. National Treasury. I know you weren't there during the period when I think it was Oracle that was appointed to do the integrated management system, but you joined later while this project, and the project is still currently under investigation by the SIU. And it was more than R1 billion that was spent on that system, which you also just spoke about earlier, the integrated financial management system. What's your take on what went wrong?
I need
Briefly
to.
also.
I need to explain. There are two procurement officers at National Treasury. There's a transversal that deals with all government institutions. There's a procurement specific to the department, which dealt with that part. I was not part of that.
And you didn't get any gossip around what happened there? And you didn't get any gossip from your colleagues from what was going on there?
I was aware that there was audits done on the contract, but to what extent the audit outcomes were, I'm not privy to that information.
Okay, and then at the National Treasury, did you encounter any outside interference in your work
No,
at all?
Not at all.
Everyone is just scared of you?
not necessarily scared of me. There has never been anybody that was bold enough to come and ask, and I would have exposed them if they did.
Okay. Let's go to your SAPS and then the Medicare tender. Do you know if these services that the Cat Maklala was doing, the health risk management, has it always been outsourced by SAPS?
Yes.
Always. Do you think it's something that they should insource because it's a core service?
It's the determination that has to be done by the end user based on
You're using that end user again. I'm just asking that it's a core service of SAPS, am I correct? And it's probably it is in the top 5 tenders that SAPS puts tenders out for. And I'm just asking, do you think that this should be an insourced service that SAPS should do?
I do not have a scientific answer to it. I would not.
Is it a core service though that SAPS?
It's the core
requires?
service.
It's
It is required. We hire people, we retire people. Yes, it is core.
Okay, and then the MTN and Vodacom tender, you were at SAPS during that period,
During that time,
and that went to court.
no, the one that went to court, I was not part of it when it was awarded. I came subsequently after that.
But it happened when you were at the National Treasury, right?
That's
So
right.
you would have dealt with it, but you said you weren't in the transversal contract department.
Yep. The award of the tender to the 4 big mobile network operators included Cell C, Telkom, Vodacom, and MTN. And that award was done and audited. This was above board. The process of contracting with MTN was done at SAPS, and I was not part of that process, and I was not at SAPS at the time.
Let's talk about IDEC. We had the head of IDEC, Advocate Johnson, that was here, and she told us that she received the referral from SAPS to investigate this Medicare 24 allegations. So you were aware of that, or you are aware of that because you've indicated
I am
that
aware
earlier.
of that
Yeah.
now, yes.
So if the preliminary report, which you are familiar with, it was dated in January 2025, am I correct? And the complainant was referred to IDEC in February 2025. And then the final report is dated April 2025. Are we together on the dates?
Yes, we
So
are.
can we conclude that the complaint to IDEC was based on the preliminary report?
It's highly likely, yes.
Yeah. And is this common in your experience? Is this a common practice in your experience?
No, it's not normally the common practice. The National Commissioner, I think, with his office and internal audit, do the determination when to do the referrals, and they will respond based on information that's known to them. I'm not normally part of that referral process.
Okay, you said you had a meeting, or the minister called a meeting because he wanted to be briefed on the Medicare 24 tender. Who invited you to the meeting?
We normally get invited by the Office of the National Commissioner.
Normally, were you invited by the...
I was invited by the Office of the National
so you didn't
Commissioner.
have any engagements with the minister directly at all?
The minister was part of that meeting.
Well, in the meeting, but prior to that? But prior to the meeting, had you had any engagements whatsoever?
None
with the
whatsoever.
minister? Okay. Who was present from the minister's office?
The minister was there. I think his support staff was there.
Okay, was his chief of staff there in particular, Mr. Kabende? And I'm sure you know him because he was just here the
No,
other
not
day.
the chief of staff. I'm trying to remember.
You don't know him?
I know Mr.
Oh,
Kabende.
okay, so was he there?
Yes.
Let's move on. He was there. And what was his input in the meeting?
He did not have any input at all.
Okay. In your experience, again, is this a common practice for ministers or deputy ministers to call supply chain officials to meetings and ask them to explain tender processes and also to review a tender process? Because you've got quite a long
No,
history.
it is not. It is not a norm. In fact, since I've been to SAPS, it was the first time that a meeting was called. As I've indicated, the minister at the time said he's worried about the reputation this contract would have, and he needed an explanation
So he was
or a
worried, but
briefing.
he said he was worried based on a media report. That's it. He didn't say there was anything else, just a
Yeah,
media report.
the media
and
report,
And
and-
he summoned the entire supply chain to come and explain and to also ask for it to be reviewed. How many meetings did you have with the minister?
One.
It was just one.
One.
So the second meeting, so in his testimony, he said that he had one meeting where he asked for an explanation.
Correct.
Then he asked for the process for you to go back and review.
Correct.
And then who went back? You didn't go back to
I didn't
him
go
after
back.
who went
No.
back in your knowledge, or how did it work?
It probably would be internal audit and legal because they were doing the work.
Okay. And then did you get any feedback after the meeting?
No, I didn't.
And then you said you did the presentation at the meeting, but at the same time you weren't really involved in this process. So how did you familiarize yourself with it to make the presentation?
I did not make a presentation.
Okay.
I was there present in the meeting and the question was asked and I spoke to the process, not a presentation. I spoke to the process
The
as I
process-
understood it at the time.
Okay, the process just generally for tenders or the process for this Medicare 24 tender in particular?
The process for Medicare tender specifically, what we have done, what reports were submitted, and that we have concluded the tender based on the bid evaluation committee reports.
And then you convinced the minister that there was nothing untowards because he told us that he was told initially that there was nothing untowards in the tender. That's why he sent you back to go and review this process and come back and give a report.
We have indicated to the minister that based on the report that we have received, we had not picked up anything. And in that meeting, a decision was made that we need to audit the report. We welcomed that,
So, Doug, you
request.
honestly didn't pick up anything, and this thing has blown up, and there's just so much that should have been picked up. So, did you properly prep to do this presentation? Because at your level, during your process of prepping to go and do the presentation or whatever it is you were doing to the minister or engage the minister on it, you yourself didn't pick up anything.
with all honesty, no. And in the
Don't
meeting,
think that's troubling though, wow.
We are concerned, I have indicated.
No,
that-
you though, because
No,
you're
me,
the one
I am
who's in charge
concerned.
there, that you went there and you were like in your suit and say, no, this thing is proper. Like there's nothing untowards, we did the right thing. So it's either you didn't do your job properly, and then that is a concern in of itself, or what happened? Or you were misled. And then even if you were misled by your subordinates, it's a problem.
The BAC actually was misled because the report had indicated that all due diligence was done. And that's where I have a concern. And that's why I have indicated to my team that they need to go and redo the process and redo this standard operating procedures to make sure that we arrest and pick up these issues.
Yeah, but
And
I'm
they are
saying-
defining that now.
I'm saying that's what you say now, but when you went to present, because you would have had to prep to go and explain that this process was proper, you didn't pick it up. And you should be concerned about that. Let's go on to your relationship with Petuna Linono. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, who was one of the members on the bid committee and then later left to go and join Medicare 24.
No relationship.
But she's on this bid committee. You don't know her officially, like nothing. Never met her, never spoken to her. Aren't you supposed to? I mean, there was one of the
No.
honorable members asked about integrity and whether you vet, well, not vet them per se, but are you not responsible for ensuring that you have sound and incorruptible members?
Like
on
other
the
members that were on the committee, I knew her as a colleague, as an employee in human resources, and that's as far as I have known her.
Okay, so when you found out about her role in this matter, what happened?
Her role in matter is post facto.
Yeah, that's what I'm-
And that matter was dealt with in the investigation by
Okay,
the
but,
internal audit.
Just let's talk about you,
No.
because she's under you, am I correct?
No, she's not under
Or
me.
she doesn't report to
No,
you?
she doesn't report to me.
Let's move on. Have you played any role in, since you've been or started your career, and particularly in government, have you played any role in any corrupt activities?
In the time that I have been in government, I have never had any irregular expenditure.
I'm not asking, that's not the question.
No.
Have you played any
No.
role in any corrupt activities?
No.
Unknowingly, and then later you realize, like, you, I'm being used here
No.
to aid corruption.
No.
So, okay. Have you been vetted since joining SAPS?
Yes.
When was this?
I'm awaiting. I need to do polygraph. I was meant to have done it before I went on college, and then my vetting will be
So
complete.
you've been in SAPS like for 3 years and
For 3
you-
years, yeah.
holding a very, very high position, even a very dangerous one. And the vetting process is still not complete.
It's not complete.
Have you had a lifestyle audit?
I believe that General Matlu and them have done a
Have
lifestyle.
you had one?
Yes.
You've had one.
General Matlu has indicated to me at some
Have
point
you
that
had one?
Yes.
Yes, you have. When
Yes.
was it?
maybe a year ago or two,
And? Did you get the results?
she said there's nothing.
There was nothing unto. Did you get the results? Not what did she say? Did you
We-
get? Like,
we-
who did the lifestyle audit, rather? Let me ask you that.
The Office of Ethics and Integrity does the lifestyle audit
Yeah.
of all members in SAPS.
Okay.
If there are adverse findings, they will then let you know
Okay.
that there are adverse findings. But if there are no adverse findings, they don't give you any report.
And this was done?
I would love to believe that it was done a year or so ago.
But what do you mean you'd love to believe? Because for them to do a lifestyle audit, they have to engage you in some way, check your bank accounts, blah, blah, blah. It's a process.
No, they don't. They by virtue of them being there, they get the information and they do the lifestyle audit.
But where do they get the information from? They didn't ask you any questions at
No.
all.
No.
Is that the actual process?
No, nothing was asked.
So then that means you haven't had a lifestyle audit.
It probably could be.
No.
No, let me put it this way. I've had a discussion with General Molefe with regards to performance of lifestyle audits. And General Molefe has indicated that lifestyle audit and SAPS have been done. And she has indicated that for those members where they have picked up an anomaly, they have engaged those. Hence, I am saying...
Were you included in that, do you know? Because she could have been talking about other people and not necessarily you. Did
I would
you
love
say-
to-
Because the National Commissioner said they haven't concluded lifestyle audits yet alone, they haven't concluded vetting yet alone lifestyle audits.
sir.
So I'm very shocked to hear that. But
On-
okay,
on-
let's move on there.
Cool.
So you were appointed to SAPS in 2022. The last 2 financial years, we've had a total of almost 1 billion in irregularities on procurement of goods and services. You know that, right? In 2023 and 2024 financial year, it was just over 289 million. And then whooped, it went up to 649 million in the 2024-25 financial year. So I know you've said that you've never had a tender cancelled before, and this Medicare one was the first time. But procurement irregularities, how do you rate yourself in this regard? It's scary. For the average South African there at home,
the irregularities the irregular expenditure that is on that irregular expenditure framework are mainly as a result of this Medicare and RT69.
okay, but it's a lot, don't you?
It's a lot. May I just qualify something? The RT69 is not a tender that was done by us as SAPS. It is a tender that was done by National Treasury, and that tender is not irregular. What SAPS did was SAPS did not utilize the tender after they had indicated that they will participate. So all the expenditure that happened outside that contract were declared irregular, but the contract itself is not irregular.
Are you listening to yourself, though, General?
I am,
Yeah. And the whole nation is listening to you.
correct.
So the tender is not, that's proper, but the actual spending was not, I mean, and I guess you're going to give me the same story that you gave one of my honorable members. Are you the Divisional Commissioner for Supply Chain and Assets for SAPS? Is it the best? Are you the best? Are you who South Africans deserve right now?
I would love to believe yes.
No, but are you? Because you can see the state of our country right now. Do you think you are who we deserve as South Africans right now? I mean, we just spoke about irregular. I mean, you did a disclaimer. But even if it was 1 million or 2 million, it says a lot. It's irregular expenditure.
I cannot be just judged by one indicator, which is significant though.
Oh.
I would like to believe that I have done an immense amount of work in making sure that South African Police Service procurement is all right. I am putting effort into the irregular expenditure process, which is the only indicator in my performance at the moment, which is troublesome. But in fact, in all other areas of procurement, I have improved SAPS. For an example, SAPS used to build 1 police station a year. I have been, in the last 3 years, building in excess of 15 police stations.
And how many do we need? Okay, let's move on. It's fine if you, who South Africans deserve to head up that department. And I'm going to conclude now, and I want to talk about this issue of tenders. I'm sure South Africans are sitting, and those that are watching here, this whole tender process, it's like, what the actual? It's a lot. And it is the reason for, it opens, just listening to it's even blowing my head up. So I can just imagine for the ordinary South Africans. It's the door is wide open for corruption. I mean, even if a company's tender is awarded fairly, we have the issue that pretty much the costs are doubled. Do you procure toilet paper for SAPS? Does SAPS procure toilet paper, not you in particular?
Yes, they do. That SAPS procure toilet paper.
Toilet paper, yes.
Yes, we do.
And that is our point. So a normal person goes and we spend 5 rand on toilet paper, I'm saying, and after you even buy it in bulk, and I'm sure the toilet paper costs 100 rand a roll. But the point I'm trying to make here is that you've been in the space for long enough. There are core services, and I asked this earlier, there are core services of state departments that should be insourcing, that they should be building state capacity. Because outside of the corruption that it causes, we even have a problem that children die in pit toilets, and this is not under your watch, but I'm saying just generally as a country, because we cannot even do a basic thing like doing a proper toilet for kids. They are dying in pit toilets. People are dying in hospitals just because of a tender system. We had a whole PKTT team that's established to deal with political killings because people are killed, politicians are killed, CFOs are killed because of tenders. So they're either killing to get a tender or they're killing because they don't want the corruption in their tenders that are done. So what would you say? Okay, Chair, I'm done because this is more of just a political speech.
I want you to
But-
stop speaking.
Yeah, I'm done. But I just wanted the general with his vast experience to speak to the
If
process
both of you can just
of us
stop speaking.
getting rid of this tender process for core services, and that we must insource and strengthen government entities, and we probably wouldn't be sitting here today dealing with an issue of a Medicare 24 tender when SAPS could have long built
Honorable
an efficient
Matthijs, I
system.
no
Thank
longer
you,
hear
Chair.
you. You have stopped speaking. Can we move to Honorable James?
Thank you, Chair. I'm still laughing at the reason for all the toilet paper in SAPS. We know why. I'll reserve my thoughts. General Fani, earlier on you said poor performance but value for money. Do you still believe that? Poor performance but value for money. You are justifying poor performance. And I was thinking about this. It's like saying, I have a cheating husband, but he's providing. Does that make it right?
It's not right. Chair, maybe for what I should have said, which based on the discussion with honorable members, I should have indicated that we paid for the services, so money did not disappear. But in terms of value for money, we have done the determination. It's not me that said there was no value for money. It is the person that did the determination, and that report is available in the for committee members to interrogate it. But indeed, poor performance we have experienced.
Okay. Before I get into my question, it's just something that I picked up now. The minister only ever called you in for the Medicare 24 contract, nothing else. Nothing else. And because that had surfaced in the media. No other contracts.
Nothing whatsoever.
So before this contract, there was nothing else in the media that popped up.
Nothing else.
That would have grabbed his attention or grabbed your attention that would sort of have an urgent meeting.
I have never been called by the minister or his office pertaining to issues of procurement.
So even though in March 2025, and I just came across this now, there's a headline, accused appear in court for over 88 million tender fraud in SAPS. That was also an article. Are you aware of that article?
I'm aware of that article.
You're aware, but the minister didn't worry about that. Because it appeared in the same platform, public domain. The minister didn't worry about that. He didn't call you in about that.
I was never called in.
But specifically the Medicare one. Doesn't that make you wonder why? Why did the minister only have interest? If he was worried about SAPS's image, shouldn't he have called you in for that other article as well? What do you think? Common sense. And now?
It's reputational damage. It's equally
Yes, but
important.
it's very simple.
Yeah.
Why were you taking so long to answer now? Should the minister not have called you in for anything else that surfaced in the public domain?
What the practice that he has established to call us when there is anything of possible reputation, yes, he probably should have
But he
called us for
didn't.
this one. No, he didn't call us.
Okay. General Fani, you have served as the Divisional Commissioner since August 22, right?
Correct.
Okay. In your witness statement, you state that during your time at SAPS, there have been no arrest for procurement corruption, which you say indicates that all audited and investigated tenders yielded no element of corruption. Is this correct? So no arrest during your time?
I have indicated there's only one arrest that was done for a procurement matter that was concluded before I was at SAPS. For all the procurement that happened under my watch, there has not been anyone arrested.
And this basically means that everything is hunky-dory.
Not necessarily.
Everything's fine.
It's a commitment I've made with my team to make sure that we clear issues and we ensure that we do due diligence. There are challenges that we are experiencing and we need to deal with those challenges. But that commitment I made on day one when I arrived at SAPS, and I'm going to make sure that the people that work in my space do what is required so that we can avert such issues in the future.
But it doesn't mean everything is fine. The fact that you
No,
have
it doesn't
no
mean
arrest
ev-
doesn't mean
No, no,
everything
no.
is fine.
Not at all.
Like you indicate and like
Not
you
at all.
insinuate in your paragraph.
Not at all.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean everything is fine, no.
Yeah. At the end of paragraph 75, you go on to say that you are aware that the audit findings in the audit reports remain a concern and should be eliminated. You also describe these so-called concerns and errors as unnecessary and unwelcomed. Serious allegations of fraud, corruption, and you describe them, you water it down as unnecessary and unwelcome. Is that your evidence?
It's not an evidence, it's a statement.
Is that how you describe corruption? Is that how you describe corruption?
No. I'm describing the process.
When the AG came before Parliament and raised the alarm about SAPS's escalating 3.2 billion irregular expenditure bill, while unsuitable bidders secured tenders, what went through your mind as the head of supply chain?
It's a concern that I have, basically to indicate that even irregular expenditure that happened 5 years before I joined the SAPS is the reason why it's accumulating to the value that it is. What we need to be doing is to intensify our efforts to making sure that we have an engagement with National Treasury for condonation of these, so that the tally on irregular expenditure can be kept. But the most important thing is to make sure that we do not have further irregular expenditures in the process.
So it's just doubling and tripling, despite what you have inherited. You haven't done anything about your inheritance. You just say, you know what, this was before my time.
No, I have.
There's been no arrests.
With regards to,
All this irregular expenditure, the 3.2 billion, you said earlier on there's been no arrests.
the ones that where the determination tests were done and were concluded in my presence, there has not been any arrests with regards to those. The determination test is not done by my department, is done by independent department, and in those independent departments, they have not detected any element of criminality. Should they have detected elements of criminality, they would have raised the necessary arrests with regards to that. One contract which was concluded and it was irregular, which was concluded before my time, is the one where the people ended up being arrested a couple of weeks back.
I want to ask you also about the AG's material findings regarding awarded bids during the 2024-2025 financial year. Are you aware that the AG stated in her report to Parliament that SAPS has not implemented adequate internal controls to prevent irregular expenditure, and that this exposes the department to financial mismanagement and non-compliance. I think you answered this earlier on.
I'm aware.
You are aware, and what
Yes.
have you done about it?
We have put in processes in place. I think in that committee, we have National Commissioner has indicated. We have processes in place that we're going to do. I had indicated earlier on that we have set in August and we have devised plans to make sure that there's no further irregular expenditure that happens in the process.
Is one of those processes having a criminal check?
It will, definitely.
It will. You
Yes.
didn't have access to that prior to this. So the AG had to have findings, and only now you're going to utilize the tools that's at your disposal. There was no forward thinking, there was no being proactive prior to the Auditor General's findings.
I think we were selective in the application
You
of
were
that.
selective.
And we need to now subject all of them to that criminal check.
And South Africans can trust you in this job.
They can.
So you depend on the Auditor General to tell you that something's going wrong, despite you finding great irregularities and inconsistencies. You wait for the AG to tell you that this is what you need to do.
The AG reported on the irregular expenditure. We had already engaged in the process to make sure that we deal with the issues, and we have also engaged on the process to engage National Treasury for the condonation of those processes. And it is a process that we will finalize, and I think my team is working on that. I will follow up when I come back to make sure that all the condonation processes are concluded, and that the processes we are putting in place now are going to bear fruits as we are envisaging that they would.
Let's discuss specifics, right? And my throat is a bit sore today. We're actually very lucky. Regarding the tender awarded to, I think it's Fani. Do you recall why the AG found the same bidders were unfairly disqualified and that functionality criteria were omitted?
Remind me which
The tender awarded to Rufani, I think it's 191939. The AG found that some of these bidders were unfairly disqualified. Have you ever had that? Where bidders were unfairly disqualified?
it rings a bell.
It rings a bell. Why
Yes.
were the bidders? Why do you think there's these scenarios?
We are again at the issues of bid evaluation committee. Honorable Chair, I must indicate the bid evaluation committees are bringing us into a position of disrepute, and we have put processes.
Under your watch? Yeah?
Not necessarily under my watch. Yes, there has been one or two contracts under my watch, but most of them are historic in terms of the irregularity. Honorable Chair, I have inherited, and I will continue to make sure that we iron out the processes and the issues that leads us into irregular expenditure, and we have started the process with that regards.
There seems to be a lot that you're going to do after this appearance here today.
Yes.
But that's good. Regarding the horse truck conversion tender, do you recall why the AG found that the winning bidder did not meet the pre-qualification criteria?
Is
Is this simply another error, or
Yeah.
you say an
Correct.
unwelcomed error,
correct?
unnecessary error?
Correct.
Sure. You served as the acting chief procurement officer at National Treasury for a year. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
What is the minimum period required for the advertisement of a tender? You said this. earlier.
21 days,
21
legislated
days.
to be 21 days.
Regarding the Medicare 24 tender, right? The AG flagged that the tender awarded to Kat Matlala was not advertised for the required 21 days. And this despite you being in National Treasury for over a year. And the AG said it was not advertised for 21 days. And that evaluation phase was ignored When was the bid advertised and published on the SAPS website?
We do have the chronological issues here. The bid was published on the 31st of January,
That's correct. When did it close?
and it closed on the 19th.
Is that 21 days?
It is 20 days.
Is that 21 days?
It's not 21 days.
I'm saying that this was one of the irregularities found by the AG.
Correct. The bid should have been advertised for 21 days. It is an
Exactly.
administrative error.
So you can't say here and make it seem as if though I'm incorrect. 21 days is not 20 days.
I have considered that it
Yes,
is
you
not
had to
21
consider.
days.
It took you a moment, a few seconds now. Because you almost wanted to make me look like a fool here by saying it, no, it was like almost like thinking what else. 21 days is 21 days. And it closed early.
The insinuation that I was trying to make the member to look like a fool, I have considered already that it was not advertised for 21 days, but for 20 days.
What was so urgent? What was the emergency?
There was none.
Why did you have to close a day early?
There was none. There was no reason for it to be closed early.
What did you do about this? Who was held accountable for this?
I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that the National Commissioner has asked us to put everything in abeyance until the forensic investigations are done. I can't take action now, but action will be taken for
Why
sure.
can't you take action now? It has already been identified. This has gone public. It's in the media. It's all over. What are you waiting for to take action?
Honor-
What must happen?
Honorable Chair, we have been advised to put everything in abeyance, and I have responded to that.
The AG also flagged the award of the panel of service providers, finding that one awarded bidder did not meet the minimum functionality score, but was not disqualified, and that there were inconsistencies between advertised evaluation criteria and those applied during adjudication. Is this merely another unwelcomed error?
Correct.
The AG's report further recorded that bid evaluation committee members lacked training. Oh, so many members said this earlier on, and did not exercise due diligence. Can you confirm that everyone serving on the BEC and the bid adjudication committee is qualified and possesses the requisite skills and experience? I think I heard you answering this earlier on, but I want to put it on record again.
The bid evaluation committee is not a standing committee. It is a committee that gets put together for each need or for each tender. And for that, we are requesting that the end users nominate adequately qualified. We explicitly do indicate to sit in these committees. So there's not one bid evaluation committee. There's
So the fact that
multiple
they're not
bid-
qualified, that's the end user's sort of responsibility to ensure. That's not part of your scope of work.
The determination of the flow of and the exhibit of knowledge of the processes should be adequately determined by the chairperson as he conducts the evaluation.
And this is not in your department.
It is in my
This
department.
is outside, but
That-
it's not you. You're not responsible. You're not going to take accountability for this.
No, I have taken
You are
accountability.
blame shifting. You keep on
No.
telling us about.
No, I'm not. I have taken accountability for checking up the knowledge of the bid evaluation committee and any other possible member. That's why I have contacted National Treasury, and National Treasury referred us to National School of Government, and we are engaging in making sure that everybody is checked up in terms of the bid evaluation committees.
I put it to you today. Do you think that you, as the head of this department, do you think you lack some streetwise, I don't know how to say this, because you are in there and it's almost as if though you are walking with your head in the sand. Everything is going on around you and you continue as if though nothing is happening in that department and everything is fine.
Honorable Chair, I need to fine-tune my processes and find out any additional processes that will close my blind
My
spots.
final question. So do you accept institutional responsibility for repeated supply chain management failures since you have joined SAPS in August 2022?
By virtue of my position, I would say it is my responsibility to make sure that there are no audit findings that pertain to procurement processes. And in instances where members of the bid adjudication, bid evaluation committee that has transgressed knowingly or unknowingly, we deal with those matters as they are investigated. I cannot solely take responsibility for errors that are committed in my lies. I cannot take accountability for any errors that were criminal in nature. But I do take cognizance with regards to the gaps that exist in the process, and I need to close those gaps.
Thank you, General. You have failed the accountability test. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Are you passing a judgment, Honorable James, when we call you Judge James?
No, I'm not, Chair, but in accountability, it's never the General. There's so much happening in that department. It's actually sad.
Okay. Who is the next speaker? We are now left with the last three speakers. Can I see the first speaker to raise a hand and I recognize him or her? You want to start, Honorable Shongwe? Okay. Chief Whip, you understand us. Thank you.
Axolisa Chief Whip, ngisabheke eGoli Chief Whip. And ngihamba ngebhasi angithi uyazi. Sawubona mfo. Uyaphila General?
Sawubona bhuti.
Uyaphila?
I'm all right, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Uyaphila. Hey, uphethe isibongo sakaMlife, abantu bakwaMlife amaTswana. Uphinde uphethe igama isibongo futhi seXhosa, samaXhosa, Fani.
Utigela, thank you.
UngumXhosa?
Tatam ngumXhosa.
Uyathetha?
Yathetha 80%.
Hayi asike sithethe okukhomsha manje hey. Ungiphatha kakuhle. Nansi yabona ndinengqimi yabona. Nansi ingqimi apha kum. Asithethishe mfondini. Into ithi dada apha kum. If
Honorable Chair, either English or Afrikaans. My mother speaks Afrikaans, so English would be correct. Thank you.
Oh, man. Sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm saying either English or Afrikaans. My mom is also Afrikaans, so
Where did you grow up?
my mom is Khaled. I was born.
Work Afrikaans procurement, yeah?
I was born and brought up in Sasolburg, in
So
Free
you start
State.
Afrikaans, Alfred.
Ek praat via goed Afrikaans.
So salons praat Afrikaans.
If you can.
Yara, ayen, kom bly hier.
Don't just use Honorable Member aid to blow. It will lose the meaning. Thank you, Honorable
No
Chair.
problem.
English, if we
Thank
can.
you. I want to know something. I didn't pick up kahle on the early stages of actually when you started. You said you're a qualified engineer. I didn't pick up anything speaking related to finances and stuff like that. Are you qualified in finances?
I have studied finance up to master's level.
To master's level?
I have done finance in the programs up to master's level. Yes.
Oh, okay. No,
In my BCom, in my MCom program, I also did finance master's program.
All right. I think I want you to relax and understand that since we've started in this committee, our aim is to get to the truth so that it assists us.
Correct.
Not to get somebody to maybe lie to us or omit certain things.
Correct.
And on that note, Chair, I would like to address you, Chair, if I may be permitted. You normally open, Chair, and say people who speak here are protected by their parliament privileges and stuff like that. You also say anything they say cannot be used against them. I notice AfriForum has these Paulo Sullivan tendencies of threatening people. They said they're going to open a case against Unkabinde, who spoke here in Parliament. So, Chair, I need you to help me on that one. Uti, what does that really mean when we say whatever we say here cannot be used against you? Because it doesn't help our people like General Fani. You be afraid to kuluma la, ngoba so kulumi qiniso manje. General, do you know about a blue light case signed between SAPS Division and a company in Gauteng province for the supply of blue lights and siren for the police vehicles in Gauteng around November 2016?
The case was in the media, and I am aware of that case.
Were you briefed internally?
Come again?
Were you briefed internally in the division?
In the division
Yes.
supply chain?
Yes.
Not briefed per se,
But you know about
but I know about the case.
What processes were followed in the awarding of that contract for the blue light in Gauteng?
The procurement process has changed since I came in as a result of the court ruling that indicated that the finance minister has overreached his accountability or authority. The processes that were prevalent at that time are unknown to me, so I cannot vouch to them.
But do you know that there were any irregularities in awarding of that contract?
It has been indicated in the media that it was irregular, hence the people were arrested. I am aware of it.
Just what you know, what are those, if you may enlighten me?
The outcome of that had indicated that the people behaved unethically in the award of the tender, and those people were charged. Some of them were in procurement. When I got there, they were transferred out of the department, and I stayed with the vacancies as a result of those transfers. And some of them were discharged in service, and that's as far as I know with regards to that matter.
Do you happen to know how long ago, maybe?
You had indicated it was 2018.
2016?
And yeah,
2016.
but I do know
From
about it.
2016.
Yes,
And the matter has not been resolved till now.
the matter has not been resolved.
Wouldn't you suspect something is wrong there? Why do we take so long to, if there is something that is corrupt, why do we take so long to get to the gist of the matter or understand who was wrong and get that matter finalized?
Once the matter goes to litigation, the matter is then handled by Legal Services Litigation Department. They are dealing with that matter on behalf of South African Police Service.
Are you saying to me that there is no way to really tell whether there was corruption done there, or it's just a thumb-sucking issue where you can just take a chance? Or is it a way of victimizing black business people?
Honorable Chair, I would not vouch that there was corruption. In fact, Honorable Chair, I would even indicate that I am not privy to the documentation that led to the charges and the dismissal of the people. I am aware, though, that such a matter is still in court.
You know, this business person once complained that, in fact, it's a popular knowledge that regarding this case, there were no white or Indian or any race except for a black person who was targeted for this matter. And there were allegations that there was money being solicited from him in a way. For example, the two cases that Mr. Sissoko, the two dockets that Mr. Sissoko took when he was at IPIT, he still has them at IDEC, the two cases of that matter. Since I've told you about that matter, what are you going to do about it to help our black business people who are being targeted for having huge tenders?
The requirement for making sure that the procurement process is fair and equitable rests with me. That's why I have indicated earlier on that if we knew at the time of the evaluation and adjudication that Kate Matlala's had controversial issues, we would have evaluated the tender and only subjected to legal services had he been the winner of the tender. So that on its own is to ensure that the procurement process is fair and that any irregularities we deal with in terms of the support that we get from legal services to make sure that the exclusion or the reason for deviation from awarding the Medicare 24 would have been justifiable. That is to ensure that the process is fair in terms of what we are doing. And I'm also making sure when we do the bid specifications and stuff, that the issues of competition commission are put into the process so that we do not have specifications that run perpetually favoring one supplier. I have questioned a number of suppliers in the process, and I have ensured in the process that extension of suppliers nilly-willy is not happening in the South African police services as one way of making sure that there's fairness in the process.
Okay. What is the role of the accounting officer in awarding this of such a contract?
The accounting officer's responsibility is he has delegated his responsibility, but he gets briefed. The briefing that I have with him when I go for my performance, I would bring a sheet that indicates these are the tenders that are awarded. These are the tenders where there were deviations. This is the information pertaining to the function of my portfolio in that. He would then take note of that. It in fact becomes portfolio of evidence for my performance to his office.
Who signed this contract?
The tender awards.
Yes.
I'm duly delegated to sign the contracts after the bid adjudication committee has approved the award of a tender.
Was there any investigation on any irregularities of any sort of this matter?
Of
Of this matter, was there any investigation on the irregularities?
For MediHealth specifically?
No. This one, I'm to the blue light one. I'm specific on the blue light.
Was there any investigations?
Yes.
I would love to believe. I cannot vouch for that. It happened way before I came.
You never followed on this matter?
No, I never.
But it's still in court now under your department. Do you know that? I'm saying it's still in court under your department right now. You know that, right?
The matter is now with legal services, the litigation department, and not with me.
So how would a commissioner be related to signing or being part of tenders? How do they link? If tenders are on your department or at your office, how do they link? Explain that to me.
Which commissioner? National commissioner?
Yeah, national commissioner.
No, he doesn't.
In this regard, Patlani, would you link how does it happen? If there is a...
I have indicated, Honorable Chair, I'm not privy to the tender process
let's
that took
talk
place at the time.
In general, the current commissioner, if he was said to be involved in awarding tenders or something, where and how would they be linked? Do they have a role to play?
The national commissioner, the national commissioner, if he had not delegated the award of the tender, he will get involved in the awarding of the contract, but he would have been advised or have received a report from bid adjudication committee that recommends and give him a report. But if he had delegated the responsibilities to the bid adjudication committee, he would have no role to play.
Okay.
Unless, if I may, Chair, unless there is any document in the process that suggests otherwise, which I'm not privy to.
Okay, I'm interested in this. I wish you knew it's cost again, but you said 80%. Please reply to with this cost so that I can hear you kahle kahle. Are you saying in your tenure as a leadership lab, corruption and such matters of amatenda issues are wrong and stuff like that? There's never happened. Kuhlale kuclean nje, kuhle kakhulu.
SAPS.
Yes, since uphethe
what we call in terms of the framework that is published by National Treasury, the determination test has to be done. And if the determination test pick up issues of corruption,
Yeah.
we will discipline. In fact, we open a case if such has happened. The determination tests that are there suggested that we need to discipline people for irregularities, and those processes are underway at the moment.
So in this tender, yabo Kate Matlala, were you involved?
I was in the bid adjudication committee,
Umhlanganisele or hambe yonke into straight?
and Maz Nokmaz.
If bekubonakale something where ukuthi uhlanganisele or something, bozo pick up at what stage? Or have you picked up such?
No, I have not picked up such. It is expected of any police officer when they pick up issues of criminality, they must report and they must open a case. I have not picked up any. Hence, I have not opened any case.
So are you saying that right now at this stage, Kate Matlala got that tender fairly?
I cannot vouch on that. I am aware, though, that there were irregularities in the evaluation process, and I cannot ignore that. But as for whether there was somebody that assisted, I have no information at my disposal.
In your department, these pickups that you found, these findings that you found, are they part of your responsibilities to find, or they were found out somewhere else? Because Nguzwa ngathi, you are saying in your space he did very well. The tender was awarded very well in your space, in your understanding.
In my environment, in terms of whether we have picked up whether there were irregularities, I can confirm that we didn't pick up any irregularities. The internal audit audited and picked up the irregularities in terms of this tender.
So if it is like that, as you say it, whose head must be on the block?
I would have to wait for the audit report.
Asibuyele emuva baba, sorry kancane.
Yeah.
Whose head must be on the block?
As I've indicated, I would have to wait for the
Okay,
audit
okay,
report.
okay,
The
okay.
determination.
Man kancane mfowethu. Let me, please, African people, help. The question is, what are you going to do? The question is, whose head must be on the block? Your head or somebody else's head?
I operate in a collective, and I believe that in that collective, with the information that we were provided, we were correct. We just need to be in the position to justify, to find reasons why the evaluation process was transgressed. And then that investigation will then determine who needs to take accountability. Accountability must be placed on someone.
Okay, I need to ask you this question. Please state your name on record.
My name is Molefe Fani.
Do that exactly. Whose head must be on the block?
We would have to probe.
Lolo, mana but asiyenzi belula. Whose head must be chopped should we find out ukuthi it was not done correctly? Who must be, whose fault is it? Ubani kumele simcharge?
From where I am, Honorable Chair, members of the Bid Evaluation Committee.
Members.
Yes.
And when does it get to be you? When does it get to be you who must be chopped?
If I have transgressed
So in this
and
regard,
I have not exercised my responsibilities.
oh, okay. Help me here. I'm not. Chair, Yakulu? I see your light is on, Chair.
Yeah, I'm warning you.
Or time. Anyakwazi Chair, masengidibha in. Ayifuna ukungivimba. Ngiyadlala Chair,
I'm
ngiyadlala.
warning you. You have 4 minutes left.
Thank you, Chair. No, what I'm trying to get to here is this. You see, Mfethu, South Africa is suffering from leaders who don't want to take accountability. And if departments fail, there's chopping of players down there, but never the heads. So I want to know in this regard, if a department fails to pick up a tender of such amount, which has a whistleblower shot and killed kabuhlungu, why must it not be the heads, your head that must be chopped? Why must it be somebody out there? Maybe say to me, it must be you and your team. Can it be that? Would you advocate for that?
No,
You
I
wouldn't?
would not. I am accountable for closing the gaps that have been identified in the process. in as far as taking accountability for the bid that is not evaluated properly, either fraudulently or otherwise, which the forensic investigation has to determine. And then we will then place responsibility with regards to that. But in as far as the exercise that I have done, assisted by the bid adjudication committee that surrounds me at that time, I would not take that accountability for now. But I do take accountability for the gaps that have been identified in the process, and I will definitely close those gaps.
And if we find out that those gaps are vital, since January, if we find out that those gaps that you are talking about caused problems, they've destroyed people's life, they've also made people to die or be killed, if I may say. Since what must we do now?
I have to indicate that I have indicated in my submission that we have made sure that the procurement policy that we put in place has been vetted and has been reviewed by the policy committee. The reason for that is to make sure that all angles that could be problematic in terms of governance and controls are looked at by an independent body. And in this instance, because there are gaps that have been identified, we really need to go back and relook at those governance and review the process.
Chair, I don't think I'll get answers. Yeah, I'm grateful, Chair, for the time. Thank you, my leader.
Of course.
Thank you so much. Honorable Kola Barnard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sir, you've spent much time telling us, or Doctor, I should say, telling us about the process. We have your graphic, bid specification committee, bid evaluation committee, bid adjudication committee. When you were at the Treasury, the SIU did an investigation into the SAPS and determined at the time that no bid evaluation committee was convened in regard to that PPE tender. Now, the bid evaluation committee, according to your graphic, bids and makes recommendations on the awards of a bid. So who made the recommendation at that stage? Was it by any chance the same person or same team who made the recommendation for this particular tender? I'm looking at who and what you inherited.
All the documentation pertaining to this matter are out for investigation by the investigators. What I have been informed is that the process was followed. As to whether that process was legitimate or not, I am not privy to that information. It happened in my absence. I do know that there was a steering committee that was put in place to look at all the matters pertaining to the PPE. As to who are the members of, I do know that it was chaired by General Vuma, and there was a co-chair. As to who was part of other processes in the process, I'm not privy to that. I found the documentation not in my office. I do not have any documentation to make an informed comment on those documentations.
I do hope when the final analysis comes out that you don't find that the self-same people who made sure that tender went through didn't make sure the Cat Matlala's tender went through. That would be most unfortunate. At that time, that particular corruption, that particular contract didn't go before the bid committee. Now, you knew that had happened when you came into the SAPS. And here we are. It seems to me you're telling us that this entire process with this tender to this person was either done behind your back or that you knew about it and allowed it in. I mean, those seem to me to be the two options. Is there another option?
I didn't know about it. If there are only two options you are giving me, it was done behind my back. But what I know in front of me is information that was provided to me and the bid adjudication committee that was correct. And that's as far as I know.
Is this the biggest tender that SAPS has ever proffered, 360 million?
It's not the biggest tender that has been awarded by SAPS. No.
Okay, I've looked through a few of the others and they're much smaller amounts. So I would have thought that this had been, probably would have been starred by you as head of the division as something one would have paid particular attention to, but that seems not to have happened. I do agree with my colleagues in asking that surely a contract of this magnitude would have or should have been carefully monitored in terms of the regulations, and yet it just wasn't. No background checks, in fact, no checks at all. A 2-minute Google search by a civilian would have prevented us from the need to be here today. That's my belief. So is it, I know you keep saying you're not to blame, and it seems many other people are, but surely the accounting officer, General Masimola, should he be held to account? It's either him or you. Somebody has to be held to account for this massive bungle. Your thoughts on that?
The National Commissioner has an ultimate accountability for procurement processes within the organization. And I think he has taken a lead to make sure that he comes to the bottom of this. And that's what he has started as a process, to make sure that he takes accountability in terms of the PFMA responsibility that he has.
Do the members of your division have regular lifestyle audits? I know you say that you had apparently had some secret lifestyle audit done on yourself. Do you know if the members, I mean, it seems obvious to me that anyone in the supply chain division, in any entity in the country, that's where the money's looted, in supply chain. And I've worked in many portfolios. That does seem to be the situation. Are your members, do they do lifestyle audits on them? I mean, sometimes it's so obvious. We've seen with the hospital looting, people driving around in Lamborghinis. I mean, it's hardly brain surgery to see who the thieves are. Is it done in your division?
I'm not privy to such. I think the committee can request a written confirmation from the National Commissioner, and it should be in the position.
I think you should be requesting that it's done. You're head of the division. You're head of a division that's just given out money to a person with a criminal record longer than I am. So surely that's something you, as the head of the division, should be asking for.
I have made sure that the declarations and the making sure that they declare additional income out of the South African Police Service is done on annual basis, and I do get confirmation of that, and I do intercept that. I mean, I do interrogate that. I personally sign and give them permission if they want to do private work. And I do interrogate that. In instances where a person requests to do additional work for the services that they provide for SAPS, I do ask them in terms of how they're going to be able to do that, and I've declined some. And those are the two checks that I do. In as far as I'm looking at whether they are okay from a lifestyle perspective, risk and assurance does that.
You say that the detection of corruption can't be detected during your processes. I'm wondering how that can be considered to be due diligence if it has such a glaring flaw, the system, or even the process. It seems you're trying to wash your hands of a massive case of crooked looting in your division, claiming you just couldn't have noticed. Now, I put it to you, this is a prime example of rubber stamping. I feel sure that the IDAC investigation will show what it's all about, but it just seems to me that you should have known what it was all about. You should have been there. You should have been able to stop it before it happened. Is that not your job as head of the division?
It is my responsibility to make sure that the procurement processes in supply chain are seamless. I have indicated that where there is corruption that happens outside of the process, which leads to the process being flawed, I cannot detect that in the procurement process. That's why it is important that we have a technology that tracks every documentation that is submitted, so that we can be in the position to check for the deviations, if anything at all. And I'm accounting, and I've already activated that process, so that I can vouch that the documents that were submitted are indeed the documents that were used to evaluate the tenders. And that's what I'm hoping, that in the next financial year we will get allocation with regards to the technology that we need.
I was listening to you earlier, and you say you'd set up a system. And in this day and age of state capture, following the Zondo Commission and just so many commissions revealing massive corruption, endemic corruption, frankly, you've only just now set up an entity to ensure that the audits are picking up anomalies. Surely, I mean, you've been there for 3 years. Has it taken you 3 years to come to the conclusion that there's a problem?
Not necessarily. I think what I have also done was to make sure that we have appointments of people in key positions, and that we optimize the structure and we have segregation of duties. I have done that. I have implemented the structure fully. We are in the process of interviewing, of advertising and interviewing credible people that would come in that process. One of the weakest links I've got is that in the procurement environment, I've had the component head acting since I got into SAPS. I have had the section, and there were attempts to fill the positions with no success. And we are working into that, and we are making sure that that is concluded. Hopefully before the end of this year, we would have that concluded.
You know, you've had the job for 3 years, and with your massive CV, especially in the Treasury, some of the steps I believe you failed at must have been really red flags to you, surely when you worked in the Treasury. I mean, it's inconceivable that you missed the red flags. And surely there were specific red flags highlighted at the Treasury or any of your other former positions from which you were headhunted. It's almost inconceivable to me that you missed what any civilian would have picked up in about 5 minutes.
I'm not sure if a civilian that would read the report that we had would arrive at any conclusion different from what we did, without having to go and start the process from scratch, which the BAC does not have the luxury of time to do that, and which is something that we need to look at now, in terms of we cannot reevaluate the tenders. I take notice that we need to do verification, but we cannot reevaluate. How we are going to go about that is what I have asked my team now. I have sourced the services of a specialist within SAPS to map our processes and to have standard operating procedures, to have checklists, and to have reports and the methods of verifying certain steps within the process. And he has until December to do that. And we are hoping that with that process, we are going to reduce the anomalies that are happening in the process. But I must stress the making sure that we've got electronic submission of the bids will eliminate 90% of the problems that we've got.
You know, a basic CIPRO search will show you who the directors are, or in this case, the director. Surely that would have set bells ringing in your head. How do you feel about the rather messy way that this very crooked contract was eventually cancelled, where the SAPS went ahead and still paid the supplier for some months, even though everybody knew it was about to be cancelled? It seems very bizarre to me.
If payments were done after the contract was cancelled, I do not know how the finance was advised, if they got any advice whatsoever. I'm not accountable for payment of suppliers within the organization. It's a different department that does that.
Wow. Okay, so for 3 years you've headed up the division, and each of those years, each of the three, the Auditor General says your division failed to have sufficient checks to prevent irregular expenditure. That's not just from this year. It's a repeat finding from the previous 2 years on your watch. And during that time, irregular expenditure has soared. So do you feel like you're doing a good job?
We have, in the second year of me being here, it was the first time, it was the first audit that happened. We put together a comprehensive checklist that must be complied with in order for us to be able to verify and be in the position to identify some of the things that happened. We implemented it, but it seems like the checklist has not, and any other endeavors that we put in place, specifically ensuring that the section head and the component head review and give analysis with regards to that, has not given us any assurance that we will not have repeat audit findings. I took initiative when that happened in the second year, which is this year, and in August I put my team together and I made sure that the team come up with tangible processes and systems that will be in the position to assist us. We have a comprehensive actions with regards to what needs to happen. On my return in January, we will review what has been done already, and we will make sure that we implement those.
I'm quite sure you'll be called before the Police Portfolio Committee to speak to a specific timeline to implement the recommendations that you come up with, because civilians out there, they've seen the Tembisa looting, that people are driving Lamborghinis while patients die in their beds with zero equipment, zero medication, zero anything. They're starting to think that this contract was Tembisa Part 2. When we have SAPS members coming crying every day that they have to fix their vehicles out of their own pockets because they know if a vehicle goes or if a tire goes flat, that vehicle will disappear for months into an archaic system, and they'll have nothing. And so they just pay it out of their own rather meager salaries. I was at stations where bird lice fall out of the roof onto the heads of the detectives, where 5 of the ceilings have collapsed. It's everywhere in every station. So to hear that taxpayers' money is looted in this way is horrific to South Africans. It's absolutely horrific. A couple more. Would you support a mandatory independent evaluation panel for all tenders above 100 million?
Correct. We have looked already at the thresholds. The appointment of the Bid Adjudication Committee will be subjected to a threshold, above a certain threshold. In fact, it has already been implemented. I was informed by my team. I just don't have the thresholds with me because of me being in training, where above a certain threshold, the Bid Adjudication Committee now must recommend to the Deputy National Commissioner, and above a certain threshold, the National Commissioner must personally approve those tenders.
I think that's a very good move.
Yeah.
Very good move indeed.
Yeah.
Finally, SAPS has been linked to several, as long as I've known, tender scandals over the years, way before your time. I'm sure when you leave it will carry on. But what do you see as the root causes? I've heard how you're addressing them, but what is the cause here? Is it a failure of management to implement psychometric testing when people come in at the very basic level, a failure to do lifestyle audits? What is behind this, that we actually have thieves within the SAPS working with criminal syndicates? It's absolutely breathtaking to think that the people we should run to for help might turn around and rob you.
Honorable Chair, I think the paper-based procurement system should be eradicated immediately. We need to have an audit of what was received and be in the position to vouch that that was consistently applied throughout the process. And be in the position to also know and be in the position to have a full text retrieval of any information if we so need to do the verification. Having to go into the archives, into the documents and look for certain things and verify all those doesn't seem to be working for us, and that's where an oversight or some of the information gets missing in the details. I would really love to have a technology where we can submit tenders and we can have full text retrieval, or we can call up any report at any given time in any committee and be in the position to do the validation or reconciliation of what we have at our disposal.
Thank you. I'm hoping that in 1 year's time, when you come back, when we see the Auditor General's report, we will not see a replication of the same complaint. and be told that there are hundreds of millions of rands of irregular expenditure, because that will all sit at your door. So we'll be watching. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Chief Whip?
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, good afternoon, General. No, I think, General, many issues have been canvassed with you, so I'm just going to deal with very few issues. I think the first one, I want to follow up on the question that was asked by, I think it's Honorable Matheus, if I'm not mistaken, but it's a question about what appears to have been a javelin, where somebody works in a process that produces a certain outcome on a contract and then disappears from SAPS to go and become part of a company that has acquired a tender. Would you not consider that as a sophisticated level of corruption?
It appears from a layman's perspective, it appears to be questionable in terms of you are in the process, you resign, and you go and work for the person that tendered. But it would require, it is a red flag, it would require to be probed, and we need to get to the bottom of that and make sure that if there is any malpractices in terms of that move, then it is dealt with accordingly.
But General, you think that under normal circumstances, the world is designed like that?
It's not.
It's not.
No.
So then you can't say for a layman, even for the other man who's not lay. The logical conclusion should be to say this was a javelin and this is a sophisticated act of corruption.
Correct.
It would therefore follows that in the process of the awarding this tender, it's justified to conclude that at least we have one example, there may be others not yet confirmed, that there were people who engaged in the process with a criminal intent.
It appears correct.
Okay. Now, the second issue I want to follow up on is the one by, maybe before I follow up on that issue, I think it's on paragraph 64 of your main statement, where you are making references, maybe let me go there with you, where you are making references to the fact that 64, the procurement component head is responsible for retaining all that paragraph. You see that paragraph, General? And then your next sentence there says, I cannot personally vouch for missing documents as I rely on the integrity of the process and the report signed by those directly involved. You see that paragraph? Have you ever asked this procurement person a question about this matter? Have you ever asked this person, him or he, what happened to them? What is your own view about the missing document? Notwithstanding the fact that, as you indicated, the National Commissioner has sanctioned an investigation on the matter, but have you ever asked a question? Because it would seem to me that, naturally, as a chair of the BAC, and something like that occurs, and there is someone that should have been more responsible in that I would have asked a question.
The issue of documentation management is a concern. And that's why I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that we need to have a technology that assists us with electronic submission. It will completely eliminate the issue of documents that go missing when they have to be audited. It becomes questionable if the document was there and all of a sudden the document is no longer there in the process. And because it is a paper-based system, it becomes very difficult for me to manage document management. We do have document management center where all the documents are supposed to be archived, but from time to time we do get documents that are missing. And I therefore require that I have an electronic system to be in the position to do that. And that is something that I'm going to push very hard with our technology management services to ensure that that system gets implemented. It is about time we do.
I agree with you on that, General, but you still haven't answered the question. The question is, did you ask this procurement head, after having known, whether yesterday, today, or 2 days ago, a month ago, when it has come to your attention that indeed certain documents were missing on a process that this procurement head has a responsibility as a leader in that area? Did you ever ask that person?
Not the person individually. I have asked the whole team, and I have ensured that the whole team understand. That's why it's critically important for us to be in the position to ensure that we have a standard operating procedure that tells us exactly how to manage the documents, how to archive the documents, and who's responsible for what documentation. And those documents are being developed at the current moment.
How did you ask the whole team? In what way did you ask the whole team? Did you write to them? Did you call them into a meeting? How did you ask the whole team?
We've had a discussion about documentation management in my management team. I sit with my management team. The head of procurement sits in my management
So
team.
it was in the meeting?
It was discussed.
Okay. The follow-up question is, well, when Honorable Cameron was asking you about security checks, in your answer, you said, and I noted, that in some circumstances, security check does get done. What could be those circumstances?
I've made an example that we would not allow anybody to operate on an IT system if they have not been checked, because we need to ensure that we do not allow anybody to get into our system and interfere with our system if they are not checked.
So basically, it's only in the IT system where such is happening. It's not anywhere else.
It's what I know that the checks were done on. In other environment, it is the prerogative of the end user to ensure if they their risk profile for that contract or service is of a nature that they need to do that check. They do that, I presume.
Do you appreciate the significance of being a chair of a committee? Let me just give an example before you answer. We are members of the Ad-Hoc Committee of Parliament. We were chosen by Parliament to be who we are. And then we elected the chair of the Ad-Hoc Committee. In your own opinion, do you think that the chair enjoys the same level of authority as individual members of the committees are? And maybe let me add and say, in circumstances where the committee veers off of its mandate or responsibility, and therefore accountability has to be enforced, do you think that while we may be collectively responsible for that as members, but the chair would not have an additional responsibility?
The appointment letter of the members of the committee places responsibility on each member of the committee equally, except that I have an additional point where I must chair, and the deputy chair has an additional responsibility to deputize. But it does not take away the fact that I need to ensure, as the chairperson of the committee, that I share the meeting in such a way that the award of the tender is, or the adjudication of the tender has been done in a manner that is diligent for us to be to take accountability and to be proud of the results of what we have adjudicated.
So in a sense, you confirm that, or you agree with my understanding that the chair, by virtue of being the chair, has added responsibilities.
The appointment letter, I need to state it in this manner. The appointment and the rights I have is exactly the same rights as any bid adjudication committee member. My virtue of being the bid chairperson of the bid adjudication committee places me on making sure that governance issues and making sure that what is put at our disposal is then in a state or in a manner in which the adjudication process would flow, and that adjudication of the tenders is done correctly. That is my, in a way, I would say that then places me above everybody else to ensure that all those processes are done correctly. It's by virtue of my appointment as the chairperson, but more specifically, my appointment as a divisional commissioner.
Okay. So which means that in terms of accountability, because you talked about responsibilities that you said members of the committee enjoys the same level of responsibility, but I would imagine that beyond responsibility also comes the question of authority.
As the chair, yes.
And accountability.
Correct.
So in essence, the chair of the committee should be more, is expected to be more, to have added responsibilities, which include additional responsibility for accountability, as compared to ordinary members of a committee.
Chair, I would more go along with the issue that accountability is equal for members of the bid adjudication committee, but I have authority by virtue of being the chair, as the honorable member has said.
But you remember that you are exercising your responsibility in this context, both in terms of your substantive role in SAPS,
Correct?
as well as the assignment given to you by the National Commissioner to
Correct.
chair the BAC.
Correct.
Why do you think that does not distinguish you from other members in terms of authority and accountability?
In this specific instance, where I have, together with other members, adjudicated on the matter, as I've indicated, I have looked independently on the issues and did not pick up any, and the members also independently did that and they did not pick up any. When we jointly met in the bid adjudication committee, we consolidated our efforts, we consolidated our thinking around the matter, and we have all arrived at that. At that time, I had no reason to present anything contrary to what I had already established in my analysis and what transpired out of the bid adjudication committee. And therefore, as the chairperson, I have afforded everybody an opportunity, and based on what I knew at the time, I then agreed with the members of the bid adjudication committee that we need, I also support the award.
No, General, there's no dispute on the process you undertaken. And please hear me very well. The process you undertaken, which you have explained here since the morning, has also been fully understood by myself.
Sure.
But where I do not get a sense that you have an absolute appreciation is the role of leadership in the context of your position, substantive role in SAPS, as well as your delegated responsibility by the National Commissioner. I don't get a sense that because you are very evasive. You don't want to accept that by virtue of those two that I've referred to, it therefore imposes on you a burden of leadership which comes with accountability.
That statement you made now is correct. I am expected as the chairperson, and by virtue of being the divisional commissioner who is knowledgeable in procurement processes, to assist the committee.
And therefore it follows that as much as you are equal in the committee, in terms of your assignment in the committee, but you in particular, as a lead of that committee, has more responsibility than the rest of others.
In that context, I agree.
And that will include accountability as well.
Sure.
Sure. All right. I don't know if you are aware of what Lieutenant General Spear told us when he was here with regard to the period at which he was an acting national commissioner, and during which time where Mr. Matlala came to see him and he raised his concerns about the same contract. You are aware of that?
I have had bits and pieces of the evidence because of the training that I have the other side. That part I missed. I could be made aware. Maybe if you relay what happened, I will.
Okay, when he came to us, in one of the comments that he made, he told us that there was a time when the National Commissioner was away and he had been appointed or assigned a responsibility of being the acting National Commissioner. And coincidentally, at that time, Mr. Matlala visited him in the offices of SAPS, wherever he works, and raised certain concerns about the contract. And that he was not given an opportunity to do that which he has to do in relation to that contract that he had acquired from SAPS. And so they had a discussion. So we asked him, when you left the acting role, did you come back to speak to the real person, the real man in charge of the job, and he didn't come? So my question was, are you aware of that? Aware may be in twofold or one. It may be that you are aware of that as it was happening at the time, and also when we were told about it after it had happened, or you just happened to know about it from the time when we were all told about it?
The first time I get to know, I'm not sure. There's a part that I heard of General Sibia, where they asked about the clinic. I'm not sure if you are talking about the clinic, but this one specifically, I got to know about it when the article was published, and the minister subsequently thereafter summoned us to come and explain.
No. I don't want you to know I'm not asking a question because I'm seeking your knowledge of the substance of the meeting,
Sure.
the details around which they engage. I wanted to ascertain if you are aware that at some point Matlala went and complained to General Spear that he was not being assisted.
No, he did not share that with me.
Now that I'm telling you about it, will there be any relationship in your own view, knowing the institution where you work, will there be any direct or indirect relationship that exists between General Spear and this individual who participated in the contract awarding processes and later on jumped to join the Matlala company?
Look, what should have happened under normal circumstances, the procurement manager gets activated when the supplier is disgruntled about a procurement process. I do get from time to time suppliers that complain about procurement processes, and when that happens, I take it to my team to start the process of validating the claim and making sure that they provide a response. In this instance, I don't know what prompted the supplier to talk to General Spear, and the normal process would have been that the supplier should have been sent to me to be in the position to deal with the complaint, or at least to inspectorate if the nature of the complaint warranted that a further investigation be done. Inspectorate does that type of work.
All right, General. No, it's my last question, this one, but I'm going to come back to it because I would like you to answer it in a way that help me to understand the issues I want to understand.
Sure.
You have explained what, under normal circumstances, should have been the point of call for an unhappy supplier. Clearly in this case, me and you can tell that the circumstances were therefore abnormal. And I want us to deal with the abnormality of the circumstances. And my intention is to gain an understanding from your side as to whether you understand what could have been the circumstances that gave rise to the abnormality in that process. And that is why I was saying, why does, what is your understanding? What is the relationship, directly or indirectly, that you think or you know exists or might have existed between the Javelina and General Spear?
I cannot vouch to that relationship. I do not have full context of how that meeting was arranged and what were the matters that were discussed. I do know, though, that suppliers that are disgruntled may come and discuss their disgruntlement with officials, appropriate officials in the organization. So, Chair, I cannot vouch on what the nature of the relationship is between the two individuals.
General, the two individuals I'm talking about, is not Matlala and Spear. Leave that one.
Okay.
It's Spear and the person who was within the system that produced the contract that was given to Matlala and later on jump off to go and join Matlala's company. So it's not Matlala and Spear. Rather, it's Spear and your colleague, your other colleague, Spear is your colleague as well, who departed immediately or whatever the time after the contract was delivered.
I'm not privy to the nature of the relationship that they had. No, I don't.
We've never heard about it as well.
No, I never.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. I'm done. Thank you. Thanks, General.
Thank you.
Advocate Zikala.
Chair, thanks. I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Honorable members, I want to thank you so much. Thank you, Lieutenant General Dr. Molefe Fani. We have come to the end of the proceedings. I want to thank you, Advocate Zikalala, and your pupil, Pillay. I hope that we will meet you next time, Pillay, having graduated from the program that you are currently on. Our proceedings are going to happen in Gauteng on Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday and probably Friday. I think the Secretariat would have spoken to you, honorable members, and made proper arrangements. We are going to have a committee meeting on Monday. We will confirm it will be a virtual meeting. We will confirm the times with you once we know when and how are you traveling to Gauteng. Thank you so much. I had to release the SC. We reported yesterday that he had a throbbing ear, and he was not improving today, but he forced to be with us for the larger part of the meeting until at some point when he requested to be released, and there are other members who had commitments here. Honorable Skosana, Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Nomvalo, who requested to be released before we could conclude today's proceedings. So we have come to an end. I know it is something unusual to you, but yeah, I'm going to persuade you to stand up and There is nothing more I can do from this table. I must just persuade you to stand up and leave because we no longer have further items. Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Fani, safe travels.